at 2:45 today. That's a big one, a 6th seed in the Cardinals representing the ACC, which hasn't had a very good run so far in the NCAA tournament overall, with North Carolina with a stunning loss to VCU the other night. They'll play the winner, or the winner of that game plays the winner, rather, UCLA, UConn, which will be tomorrow. We've got Arizona, Utah State tomorrow. High Point, Arkansas today. John Calipari's Razorbacks take it on High Point at 9:45 p.m. Texas, Gonzaga, Miami, Purdue, Michigan, St. Louis. I mean, the games go on and on. We could sit here all day and talk about the NCAA tournament. I think it is one of the best times of the year, if not the best time of the year, these couple days, right? You get games on wall to wall all day long. Productivity in this country goes down a ton this time of year because you got games going on in the background. I could speak from experience there, but obviously a ton of theater and a ton of theater to come as we move forward in the college basketball tournament. A couple updates on the Pitt front, and then we'll get into some Pitt football talk today. A lot of news to get through. Pitt baseball acquitting themselves quite nicely so far this year. Off to a really good start, 2-2 in ACC play. They took a tough loss yesterday to Georgia Tech, but 14-5 overall. Mike Bell's squad is. They, again, playing Georgia Tech, who's the third-ranked team in the country at last glance. Lost 11-9 yesterday. They'll play 2 more games against them. Play them at today at 3 o'clock at Cost Field, Charles Cost Field. Corky Cost, the great Corky Cost, taking on Georgia Tech today again at 3, and then tomorrow the series finale at 1 o'clock. Again, the third-ranked Yellow Jackets here in Pittsburgh for a 3-game set. If the Panthers could somehow win this series, they'd put themselves in a position where they might be considered to be ranked. I mean, this is a Pitt team that's off to a really good start. They're playing really good offense, scoring runs at a high clip. You look at their series win over Stanford. Stanford not known as a power, but certainly a competitive team now in the ACC. Scored 7 runs, 11 runs, and 10 runs in those 3 games. So Panthers offensively have been a powerhouse this season. Mike Bell doing a really good job. And again, they'll look to take a series victory if they can win 2 in a row against Georgia Tech here at home. Pitt football underway with spring practice, had spring break. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Pat Narduzzi's mother passed away this past week, and that was on social media a little bit. So he was away for a little bit, laying his mother to rest, but back, and Pitt will have his first scrimmage at Acrisure Stadium today. So if you're running about around the city and you see the Pitt logo up down at Acrisure Stadium, the Panthers will have their first scrimmage of spring practice. So I'm sure we'll hear a lot about that. Obviously, the news came out this week, and I want to get started with this one, that Pitt spring game will not be open to spectators this year. And I want to just shed some light on that because I do have some visibility into the why of how that transpired. It isn't that Pitt didn't want to have fans at the spring game. Pitt has continued with a spring game when a lot of schools have discontinued it and had festivals and things of that nature. And that may be the case down the road. Who knows? But Pitt has always had a spring game. It's always been structured for fans to attend. Kids have gotten autographs and so on and so forth. This truly is a byproduct of the NFL draft and the build-out that's going on down at Acrisure Stadium. I don't know if you noticed, Maddie, they're replacing seats at Acrisure Stadium right now, so it's literally empty on the Upper West Side at this point. But there's a build-out going on, a perimeter being built for the NFL draft, which is 30-some-odd days away. And oh, by the way, Pitt will have a presence on Arts Landing, the Pitt Block Party, just across one of the bridges, one of the sister bridges, on the city side of the Ohio River will be, not the Allegheny River, will be a Pitt Block Party with a ton of amenities and activities for Pitt fans to attend. But not being able to have fans at Acrisure is not something that was planned for or wanted. This wasn't a choice, if you will. It was a decision that needed to be made based on the situation. I will say this, for those of you saying go to another location, I'm sure that was considered. Pitt only gets so many opportunities to go down to Acrisure, and it's important to get down there, to get on the surface, to get into a game-like environment. Kickers and punters out there. A lot of your practices throughout the course of spring ball are inside. That limits you with field space and being able to go and really go full field and cover kicks and things of that nature. So obviously it's an important opportunity, one of only a few that Pitt will get during the spring, to get down to Acrisure Stadium. So they're going to take advantage of that on April 11th. Again, though, not open to the public. Just wanted to take a peek behind the curtain for you on why that is the case, and let you know, too, that there's going to be plenty of opportunities to engage with Pitt football moving forward. Obviously, the NFL draft. We hope to hear Kyle Lewis's name. He visited the Pittsburgh Steelers earlier this week. Hope to hear his name, Desmond Reed, and so forth. But a ton of Pitt players going to be coming back, former greats coming back to be involved in the draft. They'll be involved with our programming both on the North Shore but also at Arts Landing and partnering with the Pittsburgh Cultural Trust. And then obviously as we get into the summer and fall camp, we hear the feedback that fans want to engage and want to be at the spring game and let you know there are plans to make up for that as we move into the summer and get close to the season. Open up the phone lines, 412-928-9370. Kate Bell spoke to the media this week. We have some of that audio from the great Jeff Hathorn. We're going to dig into that here in the second segment, take your calls, and talk about the development of this Pitt football team, my observations so far, and what to look for from Pitt's first spring scrimmage at Acrisure Stadium today. More Panthers Insider after this on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Not sure how to tackle your taxes? Are you sweating the small print? You may be experiencing FOMO, the fear of messing up. The answer? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it, with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. It's time to take your taxes to the max. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable Speeds to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Matt Harkin, Senior Fan Headlines. The Pirates wrap up spring training action with 3 more games at Lakecom Park in Bradenton. You can listen to the game today against the Toronto Blue Jays, beginning at 1 here on The Fan. Opening day is 5 days away when they travel to New York to take on the Mets on Thursday. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 97thefan.com.
Voss TV and Appliance is my game plan for quality appliance and exceptional service. Pat Bostic here for my friends at Voss TV and Appliance, a trusted third-generation family-owned business. Voss carries many big-name television and appliance brands and provides helpful and honest guidance on product selection. Voss also has the best prices and most reliable service in the area. Get Voss TV and Appliance on your team today. Call 412-650-VOSS. That's 412-650-VOSS or visit VossTV.com.
At JeepofPittsburgh.com, it's their Declaration of Deal sales event. Bring us your best offer on any Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we will beat it. No games, easy as that. Visit JeepofPittsburgh.com for all the details. We are Pittsburgh Jeep Store.
Pellman Electric in Greensburg is a full-service electrical contractor serving all of Western PA. Pellman specialized in new homes, renovations, service upgrades, energy and efficient homes, hot tub, pools, landscape lighting. Call Pellman Electric 724-838-7150 for any electrical needs.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at aminet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Ready to tackle your junk piles? Call the Junk Luggers. From old furniture to entire cleanouts, we do the heavy lifting. And here's the best part. We rehome and recycle as much as possible to keep it all out of landfills. Feel good about your cleanout the green way. Call 1-800-LUG-JUNK or visit junkluggers.com today for your eco-friendly, stress-free service. Clear your space and contribute to a greener planet.
Recently, our company softball team lost the big game by 1 run. Then Dale tried to console us with the quote, "Winning isn't everything." Dale's a loser. I play to win, like early payout from Bet365. If my team goes up big, I get paid out instantly, even if they blow the lead later. Sound familiar, Dale? Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Let's return to the Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to the Panther Insider Show. Pat Bostic here with you every Saturday from 8 to 9 on the flagship for the University of Pittsburgh and Pitt Athletics, Pitt football, Pitt basketball. Voice of the Panthers, Bill Hillgrove. I think we'll be at the scrimmage today. You can also follow along on the show on the Odyssey app and streaming on YouTube and on X. We've got some people calling in. We've got some folks tuned into the stream. You can call us, 412-928-9370. Talking Pitt, talking college basketball, and we're talking Pitt football this segment. You can call or text 412-928-9370. Let's go to Frank and Cecil. Frank, good morning.
Hey, Pat. Just wanted to touch base with you on the new configuration for Acrisure Stadium for the Pitt home games.
Yeah.
So I guess they're going to rip off or block off the top section or the 500 section and reduce the seating down to around 51,000, I guess, for the home games.
Yes, sir.
So how does that affect single game ticket individuals? Typically, once a year, I get a group of ex-student athlete alumnus, and we come back to one game a year.
Yep.
And we typically sit up in that 534 section.
Yeah.
So, well, like, how many, kind of all over the place here, but how many season ticket do they sell compared to there's going to be 51 available?
Yeah.
And then how many of those are for single game, and where will those be located at?
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate the call and the question, Frank, and I will let you tune in and listen here. The 51,000, the capacity that was landed on by, again, tarping is kind of the nomenclature used, but by reducing capacity and having this sales strategy was not made to only make tickets available for season ticket holders. Obviously, season ticket holders are valuable customers. They will have access to the best seats based on their loyalty and commitment to coming to however many home games we have in a given season. However, there will be mini plans available, flex plans, if you will, and single game tickets available in those sections. The upper north end zone will still be open, so it's only the upper east and west sidelines that will be unavailable. So there'll be plenty of availability, and I would implore you to call the ticket office and discuss your options. We got group ticket options and so on and so forth. In fact, Pitt came out with its promotions this week for the upcoming season with Pittsburgh Day against Miami of Ohio on the 5th of September. Hall of Fame weekend. Curtis Aiken, fellow color analyst on the basketball side of things, will be he'll be a headliner in that Hall of Fame class. UCF coming to the North Shore on September 12th. Party on the North Shore for a midweek clash with Syracuse on the 17th. Homecoming for Bucknell on the 26th of September. The 1976 team will celebrate, get this, its 50th anniversary, its golden anniversary this year of their national championship in 1976, Tony Dorsett's Heisman Trophy campaign. Hail to Heroes around Veterans Day on the 31st of October, and then senior night for Florida State, which is, again, a Friday night kick later in the season. But, Frank, I would implore you to call the ticket office, head to PittsburghPanthers.com and look into your options. There'll be plenty of options. The idea with this, and again, there's been a flurry of decisions, and I think good decisions that have been made by Alan Green and company. That's my opinion. That have been met with a lot of discussion and debate. The reduction in capacity was made, the decision made to improve the experience, to get people lower and down together, to create a more engaged environment, to drive demand, to make season tickets more valuable, group tickets more valuable, and so on and so forth, and ultimately to create a better atmosphere, a more memorable atmosphere and experience on the North Shore for fall Saturdays. So, again, the decision not met with all positive reaction. I understand it's going to affect people, but ultimately it's a decision made in the best interest of Pitt football and a winning environment on Saturday afternoon. So this scrimmage today, and again, the phone lines are still open, 412-928-9370. Pitt will take to the North Shore to Acrisure for its first scrimmage of spring. And we talked about the spring game. We know where this team is headed in 2026, who the headliners are. But as I've watched practice, and we're planning to bring you a spring broadcast of some sort on Odyssey here on 93.7 The Fan, Doran Dickerson and myself coming up for the spring game, and we'll have plans and details about that soon. So hopefully we're able to bring you some action. But some observations I've had about this team heading into the spring game that I want you to know about. It's been a lot of back and forth, offense and defense, throughout the first 5 practices, which I think is a really good sign. Offensively, the second year of Mason Heichel, the comfortability, the leadership is palpable. It's very noticeable when you watch him operate. And I think it's been a long time, and this is nothing against Eli Holstein or anybody else, Nate Yarnell, since Pitt has had this presence and playmaking ability at that position where there's 95, 100 guys that just look to one person and expect him to lead them. And though he's only a sophomore, Mason has seemed to embrace that. And obviously Cade Bell going into his third season as Pitt's offensive coordinator. You've got system continuity, you've got coaching continuity, and now you've got continuity at the quarterback position. What's impressed me, though, about this offense, and some names I want you to take note of as you watch this team develop throughout the offseason, are the pieces they've added, the places they've come from, which may not jump out at you, and the instant upgrade they've given this team. And Cade Bell talked a little bit about this. We're not going to play the audio. It's 17 minutes long. But I want to reference some of the high notes of Cade Bell's session with the media. One of the things he talked about, obviously, was what's been added on that offensive line. And Natino Oliveri, the left tackle, the transfer from Penn, has been an instant upgrade on that line. The athleticism is there, the strength. He looks at home. He looks like he belongs. And that's one of the things about this transfer portal. We lament this a lot on this show about the state of college sports and, it's bad, kids can transfer and they're making all this money and, we're frustrated with it. However, in the case of Nantino Oliveri or Malik Knight or Sincere Lee that were relegated to a FCS program, an Ivy League program, because maybe they were a late bloomer, or they were a little small, or what have you. They didn't play at a high level of high school football. For them to get the opportunity to level up and prove that they can play at this level is a really good thing. And there's a couple guys on this roster, on offense in particular, that I'm really excited about that are in that category. Obviously, we talked about Oliveri, the left tackle, who he looks the part for sure. He'll wear number 74 for Pitt, 6'4", 305 from Newtown, Mass. But Malik Knight will wear number 18 for Pitt, another Western Carolina transfer. I was really surprised at how big he is, how filled out he is. You know, you get this impression of it, and perhaps this is just Cade Bell bringing these guys with him, and what we've seen so far, you kind of typecast that they're going to be smaller and really fast, and certainly Knight can run. He's really fast, but he's 6'1", about 195. There's room to put weight on for him. He's going to be obviously now in a Power 4 strength and conditioning and nutrition program where he can fill out. But when you put him in the room with Blue Hicks and Sincere Lee, who we're seeing him play a little bit of a different position and assume some of the responsibility. We saw Poppy Williams, who was such a consistent player for Pitt for 2 years, who kind of move into that role, playing a little bit more in the slot, moving around. But Blue Hicks, Sincere Lee, I mean, this receiver room, Tariq Robinson, you go on and down the line, Tony Kinsler, there is speed everywhere on the outside. Speed everywhere. But I like the size they've added in Malik Knight. It was one of my concerns in the offseason. Losing a guy like Kenny Johnson was, who's your one-on-one guy? Who's got length? Roddy Dunbar, a true freshman, 6'3". But Malik Knight is a guy to keep an eye on for this offense. Another position to keep an eye on, which has become more of a part of this offense, even last year with Justin Holmes at the tight end spot, though they lost Gavin Bartholomew from a year prior. The tight end position played an active role last year. Holmes had a few touchdowns on the season. This year's group, though, is really intriguing. Max Hunt is a young player that's taken a step. He met with the media this week. A Florida product, long, lanky, more of a pass game target. They picked up a couple transfer portal additions that I really like. It'll be the transfer from Oklahoma, Carson Kent, who is a redshirt senior, 6'4", 250. Got multiple pieces at the tight end spot that can both block and catch, and some of them bring a different skill set. Obviously, they lose Malachi Thomas in the transfer portal, but they add and replace. So all in all, I've been really impressed with the additions on offense, and there's been some young players too that you really want to keep an eye on. Again, not going to get a chance to see him at the spring game per se, but I want to socialize this a little bit. Saquon Smith, number 20, a redshirt freshman tailback. He's from Roswell, Georgia. Was hurt last year during his freshman campaign. But he is having himself a great spring. A great spring. Getting a lot of reps. Obviously, you know what you have in Boosie Turner. You don't want to wear him out throughout the course of the spring. You got to develop a second back, a third back. They brought in a transfer at tailback, a big back that I really like in Lavelle Wright. He'll wear number 29, 5'11", 220. Transfer from Western Kentucky. But Pat Narduzzi talked about killing it in the transfer portal. His words, not mine, in terms of getting what they wanted, getting positions of need addressed. Well, on the offensive side of the ball, I think mission accomplished so far from what I've seen. Now, time will tell. The fall will be the ultimate indicator and barometer on what Pitt added in the portal. But those are some interesting additions to this roster that I want you to keep an eye on, again, as this team comes together for 2026. We got more calls coming in, 412-928-9370. We're going to continue the Panther Insider Show, flip to the defensive side of the ball a little bit, Pitt's first scrimmage. You want to talk NCAA tournament? You want to talk whatever you want? Give me a call, 412-928-9370. It's the Panther Insider Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Mr. Water Heater, 2 Men in a Junk Truck, Tri-State Office Equipment, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Joe Ball GMC.
It may be March on the calendar, but it's truck month to us at Riverview Chevy GMC in North Huntington. Get full-size capability in this 2026 Colorado with up to $5,800 off with our exclusive Big Ones discount. Or tackle the job site in this 2026 Silverado with up to $8,877 off with our exclusive Big Ones discount. We have the inventory now. Find yours at the Big One. Riverview Chevrolet GMC. Visit riverviewchevygmc.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Take new retail delivery by 3/31/26. See participating dealer for details.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
With Aetna, I always get a quick answer, and I don't have to search on the internet. They go above and beyond to help me with whatever I need.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctor's offices when requested. We show up with access to convenient care options. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
During Lowe's Pro Savings Days, the job works in your favor. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members buy more and save more on materials they rely on every day. Get up to 25% off select molding when you spend $1,000 or more, and up to 25% off Pergo Evercraft laminate flooring. Put Pro Savings Days to work for you. Members get more at Lowe's. Valid through 3/27. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit the Pro Desk or Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Matt Harkins with your fan headlines. Coming off their first victory of 2026 last week against Loudoun United, the Riverhounds travel to Tampa Bay to take on the Rowdies tonight at 7:30. You can watch the game on Sportsnet Pittsburgh. March Madness continues this afternoon as the round of 32 begins in the men's tournament at 12:10 on CBS as 9th-seeded St. Louis takes on 1-seed Michigan. And the round of 64 continues in the women's tournament as today's action begins with 14th-seed Howard taking on 3-seed Ohio State at 11:30. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding March lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $389 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $249 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These March lease offers end March 31st, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and drive into spring in a brand new Kia.
Think Verizon is expensive? Think again. Anyone can bring their AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal. So bring us your bill. Walk in, run in, pogo stick in, teleport if you can. Ride on the back of a rollerblading yak or fly in on the wings of a majestic falcon. Any way you can, bring your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal on the best network. Based on Root Metrics Best Overall Mobile Network Performance, U.S. second half 2025. All rights reserved. Must provide very recent postpaid consumer mobile bill in the name of the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms, conditions, and restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-611-3113. That's 800-611-3113.
Big dream? Start now. The Dollar Bank loan sale is back. All loans, all terms, all on sale. Are you ready to make your dream a reality? Whether you've been dreaming of renovating your home, tackling your bucket list, or streamlining your budget, no dream is too big. Don't miss our best sale of the year. The Dollar Bank loan sale ends March 31st. Save big at dollar.bank/loan sale. Dollar Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Now, back with more of the Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Big day today in our Odyssey family. Matt Harkins, do you know what it is? Donnie Football.
I think it's a wedding.
Donnie Football is getting married today. Johnstown, I believe. It's up in Johnstown.
The old stomping grounds for me now.
The old stomping grounds. Is that home for you?
No, I went to Pitt Johnstown.
You UPJ guy.
I am.
You know, I've never seen that campus. I heard it's awesome. I heard it's a good spot.
It is. It snows like every month you're up there.
Yeah.
Well, classes.
One of my favorite places in the world is up there. Sunny Hannah Country Club is a phenomenal golf course. But I've never been to the campus of Pitt Johnstown. And I know a few legends, the late, great Pat Pecora, who obviously was a legend there. Jen Toscano, who is in the athletics department at Pitt, was a great basketball player. Been up there for many a Pitt, Johnstown chapter, Panther Club event. I got to get to the UPJ campus. But nonetheless, Donnie Football is getting married. Crowley's going up, which should be a disaster. He's staying overnight. They're probably on their way up there right now as we speak. He's probably listening. Our West Virginia friend going up to the wedding. Doran's not going. Doran's got basketball kids stuff this weekend. But we wish Donnie and his wife-to-be the best. Donnie, I saw a picture of Waynesburg, number 76, I believe. I mean, he is shed the pounds, man. He looks great. So congratulations to him and his bride. They're going to have a beautiful weekend for a wedding. And fan weather, did you send me the read? You got the read there? Come on. Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. You don't need to retire in Florida. You can, though, because the weather's going to be beautiful here in Pittsburgh this weekend. High of about 58 today, a little overcast. PM thunderstorms tomorrow, high of 79 degrees in Pittsburgh tomorrow. Again, fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Guaranteed picks brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance. Voss TV and Appliance, the best prices in town, guaranteed. Great people at Voss. They've taken care of us. We've got all of our appliances in our kitchen from Voss. TVs and so forth, they're the best. Guaranteed picks. Trey Bostic has 3 brackets. My son, he did 3, which I think there's a chance. Trey, what do you think? You think you're going to win your bracket? Yeah, he thinks he's going to win his bracket. And I don't know if that's a guaranteed pick or not. But nonetheless, guaranteed picks. There'll be some pads popping on the North Shore today with the Panthers taking to their first scrimmage of spring ball down on the North Shore. And we talked about the offense and the pieces that Pitt was able to add in the portal, the freshmen and so forth. Equally impressed with the defensive side of the ball and what we see from them. There are some transfers. Alex Sanford, transfer from Purdue, that has really added a lot to that linebacker room. Really like that addition. Really like the addition of another linebacker transfer from Memphis. And I'm learning all these guys as we go. DeMarco Ward, who played at Florida State prior, 6'1", 215. He'll wear number 31. We know Cruz Brookins. We know Braylon Lovelace and what they bring to the table. I think the DB room is stacked. You know, really been impressed, too, with the additions outside. You bring Sean Lee back, obviously. You still, have Rashawn Murray. You still have Zion Ferguson and so forth. But Kanye Thompson is an intriguing transfer from Slippery Rock. And these springs now become really about bringing this roster together. And when you have so many new pieces and so many early enrollees, Reston Lehman and Lincoln Hoke, and Deron Barksdale is going to be a really good player, Steel Valley guy, another Steel Valley product. You get a chance, and you don't really see this in one spring game, but you get a chance over the course of 15 practices to really start that bonding process and role development. And for a guy like Corey Sanders in his first year as defensive coordinator for Pitt, or Harlan Barnett, new safeties coach, to get a chance to know these guys. But these scrimmages are about who steps up in a game-like environment and can answer the bell. And that's why you go to Acrisure Stadium. And yes, you could have that environment elsewhere. You could have it on the south side, but you get into the environment, get into the stadium, you get the communication going, you throw coaches up in the box, and you see who can respond in a less controlled environment, in a more game-like environment. That's what these scrimmages are about. Quarterback won't be live, certainly shouldn't be. Mason Heitchel needs to be protected at all costs. But you block, you tackle, you throw, you catch. You incorporate some situations. Pitt's got to battle a kicker. They got to battle a punter. New snapper. New special teams coordinator and Mike Prefer. There's just a lot of new. And this is a lot of new for a coach that's, been at the helm of this program for a decade plus. But every year has kind of had a little bit more new sprinkled in as we settle into this new normal for college football. The Vegas line came out this past week, and I'm curious to hear, and we'll get to Tom and Bradenton, our friend Tom. Curious to hear your feedback. 7.5 wins. I don't follow the Vegas line that often, but it's always good talk show stuff. It's good sports radio stuff. 7.5 wins for Pitt this season as the watermark, as the over-under. I got to tell you, I'm a Pitt guy. I'm blue and gold glasses, whatever you want to say. The more I watch this team, man, I get excited about what they could be. Man, you're going to get a chance to see. I sit down with Mason Heinzel and Cruz Brookins this past week, and I asked both of them about the experiences against Miami and Notre Dame, and that kind of that's the benchmark moment. Pitt fell short in both those games. So they're going to have those opportunities again. They're going to head down to Coral Gables this year. You're going to play Florida State here in Pittsburgh late in the year. You know, you have those types of opportunities again to make a statement. But the pieces are there, and it's ultimately about putting them together, obviously staying healthy, and so on and so forth. Let's go to Tom in Bradenton. Tom, good morning.
Good morning, Pat. Look, I think I have an answer for these kids that are going willy-nilly into the portal. I think the NCAA, if they can, mandate that all athletes' contract include a clause that says if you leave your school, then you owe them the tuition for that year or 2 years. For example, for Pitt, that would be $20,000 for an in-state and $40,000 for an out-of-state. Now, they have to pay it out of their checking account or deliver the money in cash. Now, I know the money will come from the boosters, but it's got to go to the athlete first. I think that will help in solving some of these issues.
That's a really good point, Tom, and I appreciate the call. You know, the plausibility of all of this, and there have been some instances of buyouts being paid by players, whether it be for tuition or NIL dollars, or it really doesn't matter. I mean, the tuition side has been a little bit, that hasn't been as public. Everyone's just talking about NIL money at this point. But I think you're going to start seeing more teeth to these contracts moving forward. Now, ultimately, the enforceability comes down to, is the governing body equipped and protected to legislate these things, whether it's the NCAA, the College Sports Commission, which operates NIL Go, the clearinghouse for third-party NIL deals, or some college football playoff, or some new governing body. They have to have the power and the backing, and that likely needs to come with some sort of federal protection, antitrust protection, to enforce it. Otherwise, you're gonna see what is happening all over this country. You know, Mississippi, was it Mississippi or Georgia? One of the two. I think it might have been Mississippi. Just passed a state law saying NIL money is not taxable. That's a significant advantage for the state of Mississippi, to not have to pay income tax on NIL dollars. So you're going to see, it gets denied by the NIL Go and the CSC. Okay, we're going to go back to our state legislator and get, you know, a law passed that supersedes that ruling. Or we're going to challenge it in court, and there's going to be an injunction, and then there's going to be a stay, and then it's going to be drawn out and elongated, and ultimately nothing ever happens. Or the student athlete's able to play, following the Trinidad Chambliss story. Will he play, won't he play? It's all throughout the court system. So we can paper a lot of different ideas about how to make this work. Ultimately, it comes down to, is there a governing body that is propped up that can enforce the rules? Whatever those rules may be. Those rules need to be mutually agreed upon and broadly enforced. That's not happening right now. Every state law is different. They're being amended by the day to give an advantage to those schools in their state or their commonwealth or whatever they want to call it to have an advantage and win. But your idea is well taken. Your idea is very well taken. Fortunately, we don't have to worry about the portal until next year. Basketball, though, is coming soon. April 7th, the men's basketball portal will open, and obviously Jeff Capel returning for a ninth season, looking to assemble a roster to get this team back to the NCAA tournament next year, a place they haven't been in a few years. And I know as a Pitt fan, as much as I enjoy the college basketball that we'll watch today and throughout the course of the weekend, it's a whole lot more fun when the Panthers are in it, when they're in the dance. And they'll have a lot to say about that with how they assemble this roster starting on April 7th. Who will come, who will go. We'll chronicle it all here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan on the Panther Insider Show. Appreciate Matt Harkins behind the glass. Man in the ones and twos, those that called in, Tom and Frank. Trey's over here watching, what are you watching, Game Changer? He's watching highlights from our Lebo third grade team, Matt, that went 34-1 this year. 34-1. Avenged our only loss.
That's a great season.
It's a great season. 34-1, PYBL champions. I got to give a shout-out to the PYBL, Pittsburgh Youth Basketball League. Do a great job. We have a lot of fun with that. If you have a youth team out there and you get a chance to play in that league or play in any of their tournaments, I highly recommend it. They do a heck of a job, Anthony DeAngelis and company. We had a great experience with that this year, but he's watching his highlights on Game Changer. That's what he's doing right now. I got to love it. Heading down to the Pitt scrimmage. We'll talk to you next week. Enjoy the beautiful weekend in college basketball. Hail to Pitt.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today's 33 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
In football, success is all about having the right team and a clear path to your destination. That's what you get with AMG Jets. AMG's private fleet of jets is ready to take you where you need to go with the safety and luxury you deserve. But today, we're focusing on a different kind of goal. AMG is sponsoring Feed the Need Radiothon to raise funds for the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Let's tackle hunger together. AMG Jets, taking you higher and helping our community soar. Visit AMGJets.com.
Listen up, Pittsburgh. The bow tie means a better buy. And that's why the spring savings at Crown Mitsubishi can't be beat. All remaining new 2025 Outlanders now to $10,000 off or finance at 0% for 72 months. Outlander Sport up to $5,000 off. Eclipse Cross up to $3,000 off. Plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Crown has your answer to something newer, better, and more affordable. Shop our spring savings at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See below for details on all offers.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
Suddenly, it's spring. Save big on pools and patio furniture during Pool City's Spring into Savings Sale. Complete above-ground pool packages starting at just $21.99. Buy now and we'll install your pool for only $2.99. Shop our new patio collections like this 4-piece seating set for only $19.99 with free delivery plus 0% financing, or aluminum rust-free dining sets as low as $13.99. Spring into your local Pool City. Deals in March 30th. See more at shoppoolcity.com.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up.
I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
I only paid.
Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry. Offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Matt Harkins with your fan headlines. After their second OT loss to Carolina on this past road trip Wednesday, the Penguins are back home at PPG Paints Arena this afternoon as they host the Winnipeg Jets at 1. The Penguins are currently in second place in the Metropolitan Division, 1 point ahead of the Blue Jackets and Islanders. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, it's time for Bucko Talk.
Can you believe it?
Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Hamlin Hyundai and brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Stone & Company. This is Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And a good morning to you, a happy Saturday morning, and greetings from Bradenton, Florida. I am Jason Mackey. I'm your new host of Bucko Talk, and well, your old host of other programming on 93.7 The Fan, and it is something else. It is surreal to be doing this on so many different levels. It is not about me. At the same time, I am your host, and I am coming to you live from Bradenton, Florida, right outside of Lecom Park. Major League Baseball's opening day is approaching. It is a holiday, and I can't wait. I've been down here the entire time. You've probably seen the announcement with my new role. Things have changed. I work for the Pirates, write for MLB.com. I will be on 93.7 The Fan quite a bit. But most importantly, I will be talking to you and writing about this team that is in a fascinating place right now. And the vibes are very high here in Florida. They have been. There's so much intrigue around this team. And I can't wait to talk to you about it. We have 2 hours today, and I wish we had 20 because I feel like we could fill it. I feel like there's that much to say about this team. It's honestly, I've done show prep for the evening show and whatever else, and you know, you have a relatively decent idea of what to say. It's tough fitting this many observations, thoughts, storylines, all of that into a 2-hour show. We're going to do our best, though. We really are, and the setting could not be better. Again, sitting out in the outfield at Lecom Park on a quiet Saturday morning. There's something special about being out here. But again, it's that time in the calendar where you're also really looking to crank things up for the regular season. It's that time as well. So before I outline the show, we'll have Noah Hiles from the Post-Gazette along at 10 a.m. To go through some of what Noah's been writing. That'll be a regular part of the programming on this show, to have some beat writers on. Noah's kind of straddling that line right now at my former place of employment. Me going to the Pirates, Noah is obviously more than capable. Colin Beasley does a great job as well. And I like and respect both of them so much. We'll have them on. We'll rotate through other writers in the market every Saturday to talk a little Buccos. So excited for that. And as far as the topics we're going to get into, like I said, a whole lot that we can discuss with this team. But I want to start at the beginning. Honestly, I want to start talking about Pirate City, what we learned there, what we've been able to see, what various people have talked about regarding this team, what I've observed in the clubhouse, on the field, a whole bunch of really, really great storylines to get into. But we'll talk about the composition of the bullpen, how the lineup might look, some questions that the Pirates had entering spring training, how those have sort of, shown themselves so far. One of the things I'm talking about specifically is the outfield. Obviously, some questions about the defense there. I'm not as concerned as some other people. Chatted with Tony Beasley yesterday. He's the Pirates' third base coach and works with the outfielders. You know Bees' name plenty. He's in his third stint with the Pirates. But we talked for about 7 minutes about the Pirates outfield situation, what he's working with guys on, how he feels like progress has gone, kind of getting some updates on Ryan O'Hearn, Brian Reynolds, and O'Neal Cruz. Great conversation with Tony Beasley. You'll hear that in the 10 o'clock hour. But we can talk pitching. We can talk hitting. We can talk Connor Griffin. We're going to talk about the World Baseball Classic. We're going to talk about last night's spring breakout game here at Lecom Park. Some interesting storylines to come out of that. The storyline of the offense. Have the Pirates done enough? How mathematically, I don't think they're very far off. And then anecdotally, sort of watching it transpire over spring and feeling better about the bats that they've added. Brandon Lau, Ryan O'Hearn, Marcelo Zuna, Jake Mangum. It should be a much more diverse offense, and I think that's going to sort of change some things for guys like O'Neal Cruz and Brian Reynolds. So, again, back to the beginning of spring training. I'm Jason Mackey. This is Bucko Talk. You'll hear us every Saturday morning, 9 to 11, here on 93.7 The Fan. Could not be more excited to be talking about this stuff with you. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. You can visit them at southhillskia.net. The Fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always said there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And thanks so much to Maddie Harkins back in the studio, making sure that everything goes off correctly and it gets me on the air via video feed. It's kind of nuts, honestly, that all of this stuff is possible, that I'm sitting here in Florida and minimal equipment and you're listening to Bucko Talk. And it's going to be something, just a quick aside as I talk about my role. I'll be on the road with the team throughout. So there's going to be a lot of Saturday mornings from a hotel or a ballpark or, I don't know, a coffee shop or wherever I can find a place to broadcast from and just sort of do what we're doing right here. And to talk about the team and to talk about storylines, talk about the game the night before, and it's going to be a lot of fun. All right, beginning of spring training. We're rewinding back, first segment, trying to take us all the way back to Pirate City, which feels like about a month and a half ago. Wait, never mind. It is about a month and a half ago. Maybe it feels like 3 months ago. But getting to Pirate City, my first observation was how different the vibe was around this team. And what I mean by that is optimism, yes, but there's always optimism in spring. It's different than that. It was optimism, and I thought Brian Reynolds put this best. You're no longer hoping. You can look around the room, and you can see somebody who's done it recently. Just pick Ryan O'Hearn, for instance. You can look on the other row of lockers at Pirate City, and you see somebody who was a top 5 in NL MVP voting in 2024 in Marcelo Zuna. You can, I don't know, I'm trying to remember where lockers were at Pirate City, but a few down, look at Brandon Lau and somebody who's hit 39 home runs in Major League Baseball very recently. It's not hard to see it. Jake Mangum nearly hit 300 and stole 30 bags last year. Your problems have evolved from where is this stuff going to come from to how it all fits. And Mangum, actually, speaking of him, is a good one to circle. When you talk about like the evolution of the Pirates roster and where they're at versus some other years that I covered them, they have to be cognizant of giving him at bats. They need to find places for him to play, opportunities for him to get. It's a very good baseball player. And that's a problem they'll take every day of the week. Oh, we have to find a place to play our speedy outfielder who's kind of a lightning bolt, can energize the group and play good defense and steal some bases. Okay, figure that out. But anyway, you don't have to look very far to see that there are some solutions around. And that was one of my very early impressions when it comes to the Pirates at Pirate City. But it's beyond that. It's beyond that. This team has been based on pitching, and I'll drill down into the pitching for a little bit. We knew about Paul Skeens. That's obviously, I don't know, I feel guilty sometimes when I talk about the Pirates. Am I not spending enough time talking on Paul Skeens? Like, we just sort of take for granted what this guy's able to do. But it's everything else. And we're starting to see that now in spring training games. Not starting to see it. I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is, like, recently the game Bubba Chandler had, gets his fastball command in order, strikes out 8. Like, that's what he's going for. That's what he's capable of doing. Braxton Ashcraft, his last game, striking out 8. Same deal. Painting with the curveball and the slider. He's there. And so you're going Skeens, Keller, Ashcraft, Chandler. You're going 1 through 4 with some dudes. I mean, that is a very, very good 1 through 4. And that was, we were seeing seeds of that at Pirate City, and you're starting to see, at least I was, getting to see that up close, how live these arms are. You can't help but notice it. But it's not just those guys. That's something I really, really like about this team. The pitching is not just 1, 2, or 3 guys deep. There's actually, and this isn't a part at Pirate City that we saw, but there are kind of 3 parts to what the Pirates are doing with pitching, and they're all very, very important. You have the starting group, obviously, Skeens, Keller, Chandler, Ashcraft, like I'm talking about. You have the relieving group, Dennis Santana, maybe he's your closer more times than not. Gregory Soto has performed those duties before. Isaac Mattson, Justin Lawrence, they're going to be surefire relievers, the back of the bullpen. I do think Johan Ramirez is going to play a significant part there. Mason Montgomery's an intriguing lefty arm. So we're up to 6 in that category. So we've got 1 starting spot and 2 bullpen spots available. It becomes, how do you sort of stretch that out? And I'm looking at the Pirates and I'm thinking, Carmen Majinski's looked strong all spring. He's on my team somewhere. It's a matter of deployment. At this point, I'd have him as the number 5 starter. But Mike Clevenger, Jose Urquidy, they started putting themselves in the conversation very early at Pirate City. And Hunter Bucko has been somebody that has really, really made a lot of progress. But, all of a sudden we're getting down to it. The Pirates added some guys to their, and I don't want to get distracted too much talking about specific guys. What I'm trying to talk about here is the amount of pitching depth and how much we've been able to observe that. But you look at those guys, that's already too many guys for not enough spots. You can go down to the minor leagues and you might look at an Antoine Kelly, who's looked really good. Ryan Harbin was somebody they had some high hopes for. He's been injured. But at some point he's going to be in that mix. Brandon Bedouin is somebody who's really shown himself well. Evan Sisk, I don't believe I mentioned that name before. If I didn't, there it is again. But they've extended that pitching depth out in a very nice way, that you're competing for spots. You're no longer wondering who's going to fit where. You're able to, sort of strategically position guys, which is what you want to get to as a roster. All right, so if we move on from the pitching a little bit, and again, I'm just going through highlighting some of the observations being around this team. I got down here the day after the Super Bowl. I will fly to New York with the team, then fly to Cincinnati, and then I'm home. So I will miss all of March, get back in April, I believe, and I love it. It's fantastic. But another observation from being down here and sort of soaking this stuff in is how together this group has been. And I tried to explore this the other day in a story with Marcelo Zuna. Nick Gonzalez was quoted in it, Brian Reynolds. And it's one of those things that's a little bit tricky to report because you don't want to bury anybody that was here previously. It's just degrees or what I'm trying to say is it's a very healthy inter-clubhouse dynamic. There's a lot of back and forth with guys. They're hanging out in the clubhouse a lot. That was evident from day one when we were over at Pirate City, and it's only grown in that time. In highlighting this, like I'm thinking about, and quarters are kind of tight at Pirate City. I think listeners kind of recognize that, but there was like the second row back in Pirate City. You walk in and there's like 4 quadrants. Like an immediate one that has more pitchers, and then on the right side, it's more prospects. Then you go a little further back, it's position players on the left, and then position player prospects on the right. Then you get back to like the bathroom and the showers, just to give you kind of a lay of the land. But in the hallway near the like major league position players, every morning there would be like a whatever kind of confab you want to say, just like a group discussion led by Marcelo Zuna, O'Neal Cruz, and Manuel Valdez, Ronnie Simon, Andy Rodriguez jumps in, Johan Ramirez, Dennis Santana, Gregory Soto, like a lot of the Latin guys. And they're having a wonderful time. People are laughing. Like Paul Skeens walks by, gets involved. You've got Ryan O'Hearn, Brian Reynolds. They jump into the conversation. There's just a ton of togetherness. And again, that was at Pirate City. We fast forward to Lecom Park. In the story that I'm referencing, That started in the morning with Marcell Ozuna and Connor Griffin having the same sort of session in the corner of the clubhouse. Brought on, by the way, by the 19-year-old Griffin. Really nuts. And Griffin is his own topic. We're going to talk about Connor Griffin, what's next for him, where this could go. And this is obviously a very important pocket of time with the team leaving for opening day on Monday. A decision's going to have to be made sooner than later. And we'll get into all that. But the togetherness and the conversation in the clubhouse, really something. Griffin goes up to Marcell Ozuna, is asking about an approach. And, this is something Ozuna's been telling guys, come to me with whatever questions you have. Just healthy stuff, a healthy back and forth. I watched the same thing happen with Tamar Johnson, Ryan O'Hearn, young guys asking older guys about approaches, what they do. And that's obviously just a fraction of what we see, of what happens on a daily basis. It's just a group that really gets along well. There are great conversations happening, and it is above and beyond anything that I have witnessed down here. So there's always optimism in spring training. I understand that, but I wanted to take you through a little bit of the anecdotes and the numbers that I've seen so far. All right, let's get to our first break. This is Bucko Talk. I am Jason Mackey. It's a Saturday morning. I'm talking to you from outside of Lecom Park. There's a lot to get into. It's our maiden voyage on this show. This will be a regular part of Saturday morning programming. So excited to be doing this. But I want to talk about some position needs, what the biggest ones were for the Pirates, how they addressed them, and some of the questions that still exist. A couple positions that have really caught my attention in spring training. We're going to talk about that when we get back. It's Bucko Talk 93.7 The Fan. Don't go anywhere.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, buy one room of carpet clean for free, unlimited rooms of carpet. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and tell them 93.7 The Fan sent you. Zero Res.
Giant Eagle is committed to giving back to the communities it serves. The supermarket that calls Pittsburgh home has partnered with Odyssey since 2020 to provide millions of meals to those facing hunger through the Feed the Need Radiothon. Today, Giant Eagle offers numerous ways to support Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Customers shopping at Giant Eagle stores can make a donation at the register through May 20th, or donations can be made anytime by visiting 937thefan.com. That's 937thefan.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
Panda. Make this shot and everyone gets to score big savings at Spitzer. Nothing but net.
Make a fast break to Spitzer Toyota today and drive a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR5 Double Cab from a low $275 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 35599, VIN TT 044098, RWD Model 7186, 36 months, $39.99 due at signing through TMS, plus title, tax, license, registration, $490 doc fee, 0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 3/31/2026.
Ready for an unforgettable shooting experience? Keystone Shooting Center welcomes walk-ins to their world-class indoor range. Enjoy hourly access to shoot pistols, rifles, and AR-15s. Choose from a vast selection of rental firearms or bring your own. Keystone Shooting Center provides all the necessary gear, plus a massive superstore with over 500 guns for sale. It's all right here. Plan your visit today at KeystoneShootingCenter.com. Keystone Shooting Center, where every shot counts.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Matt Harkins with your fan headlines. The Pirates wrap up spring training action with 3 more games at Lecom Park in Bradenton. You can listen to the game today against the Toronto Blue Jays, beginning at 1 here on the Fan. Opening day is 5 days away when they travel to New York to take on the Mets on Thursday. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Spring Sale and get 35% off paints and stains March 13th through the 23rd. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
hey,
who's an oversharer,
oh, bean burrito for lunch,
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs change, kids grow up, new memes come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand what the X67 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in 5 minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
The home opener is Saturday, March 28th at 7 p.m. as the Pittsburgh Riverhounds host Sporting Jacksonville at Highmark Stadium. Celebrate the championship season with a post-match fireworks show and a replica banner giveaway. Soccer fireworks and a new season. Tickets at riverhounds.com.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning here in Bradenton, Florida at Lecom Park. Pirates, Blue Jays at 1 p.m. today as they near the end of their Grapefruit League schedule. Hard to believe, isn't it? I've been down here since February 9th. They've been down here a little bit earlier, but we have learned a lot. The opening segment, we went through some spring training observations so far. I've had a couple more that I'd like to touch on before we get into some position-by-position battles, some off-season questions with the Pirates and how they've answered them. Wanted to get into that. Like I was talking about earlier, just a jam-packed show, a whole bunch that I want to get into here. We'll have Noah Hiles from the Post-Gazette. He's going to join me at 10 a.m. Have audio that I want to play from Connor Griffin last night, the spring breakout game. I want to talk a little bit about that to wrap up the 9 o'clock hour. Just so impressed with this kid, and what happens next is kind of immaterial. I know that, fans might not look at it that way, but whether it's now, whether it's in 2 months, whether it's in 3 weeks, this is just a special kid, a special talent, somebody who's going to be around for a long time. Could not be more impressed with Connor Griffin. Have some Tony Beasley audio that I want to play as well, talking about the Pirates outfield, the vibe being different. I thought it was interesting, and I wrote this as part of my new role. I've got a section on the Pirates page called Inside the Pirates. And the way this works, I write some stuff for MLB.com, usually about one story per day, unless news dictates otherwise. But I also have a section on there, Inside the Pirates, where I can kind of write whatever I want, whenever I want to write it. So I sat down with Beasley yesterday to talk about the outfield and some things to this point and what he's learned. So I thought I'd just put that conversation out there. One of the things that Tony said that really struck me was we want to start talking about teams having to play us, not playing them. And I thought it was a good way of putting it. Teams need to be worried about playing the Pirates. They need to have a 3-game series where they're going to face Paul Skeens, Bubba Chandler, and Mitch Keller, or Braxton Ashcraft, or whomever. And you know what you're going to get from this team, and it's not going to be, it's not going to be a walk in the park. Teams are going to have to really focus, and it's going to come down to execution. It's not going to come down to an imbalanced roster or something like that. Just really excited to see how all of that plays out. Spring training coverage brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton. Drive a little, save a lot. So was talking about, again, the spring training observation to this point. One thing that I didn't get to that's a fairly big topic, because I was talking about the openness in the clubhouse and the chemistry that seems to be developing. Well, it starts somewhere. And obviously players should get the majority of the credit for this. Anybody around a team's gonna say that, and I'm not gonna take anything away from the players whatsoever. But what Donnie Kelly has done to create a culture, to foster leadership, to, I'm trying to say this tactfully, but people love being around the guy. There's just a lot of sensibility with how he does things. There's no ego. Talked to Donnie about that a little bit yesterday for a separate story that I'm working on, but really enjoyable to be around the guy. And one of the moves that I thought was just sneaky great that they did this spring was bringing AJ Burnett back. It's such a logical move. And I know that's one of those things that seems like it's 3 years ago now because spring training's long. But having AJ Burnett around Pirate City and talking to younger pitchers, yeah, there's some element of talking to Paul Skeens, and it makes for a good photo opportunity. And you want the Pirates greats of the past to connect with Pirates greats of the present. Certainly, I am not against at all the two of them hanging out together. But it's not like Paul Skeens needs the help when it comes to motivation or battling through adversity or the stuff you're going to encounter or understanding what winning looks like or anything like that. Like, Paul Skeens hasn't. But the wisdom that A.J. Burnett can give just random guys trying to carve out their path. And we think of A.J. Burnett as the elite pitcher, the Batman, sit down, that sort of thing. But I mean, he's been kicked around in this game too. He's been forced to adjust and bounce back. And there's a lot people can learn from A.J. Burnett. And I thought that was a really intelligent decision by Donnie Kelly. And, there's also been a better balance around the Pirates. It's not that anybody was, off the deep end with the analytics stuff, but there's a really nice balance that I think the best teams in baseball are able to strike. And I think the Pirates are doing a much better job of this, blending what's going on numbers-wise and what you can calculate and what you can predict with baseball, which you can't predict. There's so much coming out of nowhere, and being able to react to things in game, being able to take, okay, this is an informed decision, but this is also what's happening right now, and respecting that. And Donnie Kelly, as a former player, has created a culture that is really, really easy to like and respect. And that's been noticeable from day one. It has carried through Lecom Park and all this stuff. It's just, a really good environment that started up top. All right, so the Pirates went into this offseason, as I sort of transition topics a little bit, and we've got a leaf blower going. I don't know how much of that audio gets picked up, but if it is, I do apologize. They're clearing the bullpen right now. They'll be done shortly, I would imagine. But so the Pirates went into this offseason with the clear goal and awareness that they need to improve the offense. And that's going to come in several spots. They knew it just wasn't one thing. They've made some very sizable strides in that department. You look at Brandon Lau, the offensive upgrade he's going to provide. You look at Ryan O'Hearn, what he's going to provide in right field. You look at what Jake Mangum can do in a reserve or super, we'll call it a super fourth outfielder role. There's a lot to really like there. There's also, and Marcelo Zuna, not to discount what they're doing at designated hitter. I also understand there being some concerns. They are specifically centered around, I would say, the left side of the infield and catcher. I've gotten a lot of feedback so far, people worried about spring training stats for Henry Davis and Joey Bart. Also concerned, is Connor Griffin going to make the team? Is Jared Triolo going to give them enough at third base or shortstop? Nick Gonzalez at shortstop, is he going to be able to hit enough? Is he going to be able to defend enough? If they end up sending Connor Griffin to AAA, if Alika Williams is your shortstop, is he going to add enough defensively? Like, all of these things are normal baseball questions. And these aren't necessarily centered around defense, by the way. I do want to get into the outfield defense in a little bit. But I've been encouraged by some of the things, and I think some of the things you can still sort of look at and say, okay, we need to see more. In spring training, I'm going to concentrate on the catching position just for a little bit. Henry Davis's defense, I'm not sure I could be any more impressed by at this point. And I can give you another one of those anecdotes that you get from being around the team and being in the clubhouse. So this was a couple weeks ago. It was the night game. It was actually Paul Skeens' first start at the World Baseball Classic, but it was a night game in Tampa against the Yankees. And we're waiting in the clubhouse for guys to come out of the game. That's generally how it works in spring training. They come out of the game, we're there in the clubhouse, talk to them in the middle of the game. So we're sitting there waiting, and the game is on in the clubhouse. Everybody is watching intently how this game's going. Henry Davis is watching Paul Skeens pitch, and I'm talking about Henry Davis's defense right now. But I'm standing there watching this with Henry Davis and listening to him call what Paul should throw and explaining the logic behind it and how he goes about thinking about guys' swings, what he knows about guys. He's just going through, I believe it was Team Mexico, just going through what he sees in Alejandro Kirk and what he would throw and why and how much he knows Paul Skeens in a specific situation. He's going to call this pitch because he knows that sort of centers Skeens, and he knows that it kind of helps him in that spot. And I'm not going to give away any trade secrets or burn Henry's trust on anything, but it was so neat to sort of get inside his brain a little bit in how he thinks about things. Because we can sit there and, look at how he moves behind the plate. We can look at blocking. We can look at throwing. We can look at pitch framing. There's ways to quantify that. There isn't a way to quantify how much one player understands another, at least in my opinion. There isn't a way to quantify how plugged into a game you are, how aware you are, how you can read somebody's swing and then call a different pitch based on knowing that pitcher to put that pitcher in a great spot. So I'm looping that back again with the conversation about those guys hitting. Henry Davis has not hit as much as he would like or knows he needs to this spring. That is true. He would tell you that. Joey Bart has not hit as much as he would like or anything like that this spring. Should we react to any of that based on an insanely small sample size? My feeling is no. I'm not willing to go there. That's coming from the perspective of covering this team for a number of years, and I've seen Jose Quintana struggle in spring. I've seen Tyler Anderson struggle in spring. I've seen Bailey Falter struggle in spring. I've seen hitters struggle in spring. If I'm going to reach the conclusion that these guys aren't going to hit, then, we might as well reach the conclusion that Brandon Lau's not going to hit because he hasn't hit very much. It's just, and I'm not going to do that. I think that's a foolish thing to do. I fully believe that he's going to hit and be fine. You're not going to base anything on 20 plate appearances. I understand the argument of saying these guys need to be more productive than they were last season. I'm not breaking any news there. They're very well aware of that. But I've seen enough that's been encouraging, even with Bart's defensive progress, that I think there's something there you can work with. And it was a concern, but that's a position that at this point, those improvements are going to have to come internally. Henry Davis spent an enormous amount of time this season drilling into the details of his swing, learning more about biometric data and how his body moves and all this fancy stuff. That's great. I say all that to say the guy works his tail off. So does Joey Bart. Spring training is not an easy time for catchers. They're counted on to do a lot that is not necessarily selfish. It's not necessarily what they want to do. They're sort of serving their pitchers during spring training. It'll get there. It'll get there. In the meantime, it is a concern how you're going to divvy up reps. I'll be curious to see how the Pirates go about doing that. You're kind of not backed into a corner because that's a negative way of saying it, but you've got to be concerned about getting Bart enough at-bats to be productive. And if I look at Joey Bart and what he's done well throughout his career, he hits lefties exceptionally well. Had an .891 OPS against them last season. The Pirates need to find a way to bring that out in Joey Bart. They need to find a way to get him enough playing time against the right pitchers to be productive. They also need to find a way to accentuate Henry Davis's defense and also get him enough at-bats. And, that's going to be a tricky dynamic for Don Kelly for managing that roster. And you don't really have the DH spot to put anybody because that's going to be Marcell Ozuna more times than not. If it's not Marcell Ozuna, I would expect maybe O'Neal Cruz or Brian Reynolds to go there for a game, get Jake Mangum into the lineup if you're going to give Marcell Ozuna a day off. Those at-bats really aren't there for those guys. So you need to be cognizant of the catching situation. You need to pull the most out of those guys. You need to give them an opportunity to prove themselves and get some traction. But it's not a perfect world. You can't always just say, okay, Joey Bart's going to catch Braxton Ashcraft and whoever the fifth starter is. Little teaser, we'll get into that storyline as well. And automatically in those games, there's going to be a left-hander on the mound, so you can play him in those games, and boom, you've solved the problem. It's not that easy. But it is a concern, and you do have to get more offense than the Pirates got from that spot. At third base, to move around the field a little bit, Jared Triolo's been a very big focal point of the spring. It's somebody the Pirates are counting on to do a lot. He could play third base. He could play shortstop. What version of Jared Triolo are the Pirates getting? I've seen plenty to feel encouraged by Jared Triolo, but at the same time, if I'm going to discount bad results in spring training, I'm going to take good results with a little bit of a grain of salt. But Triolo is somebody, a hugely important part of this team, a very good defensive player. He's unquestionably on the roster. I don't think anybody worries about that whatsoever. But do you get enough offense from that spot? If you look at the Pirates last year, and again, the overarching conversation that we're having here is how the Pirates score more runs And if you look at the spots where they were deficient, again, I'm talking about catcher and third base, the spots that have gone unaddressed either, via internal candidates and having a better year, that would sort of be O'Neal Cruz and Brian Reynolds, or external additions that you think are going to help. The ones that are still sort of left up in the air, third base and catcher. So if Jared Triolo plays third base, and this is a hypothetical scenario, but something I think about often, I would not move Triolo from third base, personally. I like him as the Pirates' third baseman. I think you're going to get Gold Glove caliber defense. I'd worry about shortstop independent of that. If shortstop becomes trying to get the most out of Nick Gonzalez, if it becomes preferring Alika Williams' defense, which is better than Nick Gonzalez's defense, I can understand that argument. If it becomes Connor Griffin and you're going to give him an opportunity to play, the outside chance of maybe an extension gets done, who knows? I'm not saying it is or it isn't. I'm just saying that, of the options, those are kind of the routes that the Pirates can go. And I do think it would take an extension to get Connor Griffin onto the Major League roster at this point. But regardless, Jared Triolo is in that mix, and they need the best version of him. They need the version of him that they saw last season after he came back from AAA. And I think that's something that it impressed me about Jared Triolo, and it's a reason that I'm sort of believing in him and buying stock in him. After he came back, his final 52 games, he hit .276 with a .775 OPS. It was pretty darn good. If Jared Triolo can pick up where he left off and erase that question, that's going to mean very big things for the Pirates. Because, again, you look at the other places where they've improved, and that works. That's going to work. I wrote a story back when I was at the Post-Gazette. I wanted to try to mathematically break down where the Pirates needed to get to, where they were, where they needed to get to, and what sort of things needed to happen there. And it's not one that translates so much into radio. It's more a written form, but I'll try to sum it up this way before we get to our final break of the hour. But they essentially need about a 20% increase in runs. If you look at back in 2013, when the Pirates broke through, they became good. They did it basically based on pitching. They had the 7th best ERA in baseball at the time. That's about where this group finished last year. I think they can be even better than this year. So you're basically looking to get into that, the tail end of that middle third in terms of offenses. If you can do better, great. Not going to turn that down at all. But, you need to see them get to about, I'm going to say 19th, 18th, somewhere in there. And it amounts to roughly 117 runs. That puts them in that range of, 20th, 19th, 18th based on last year's results. So how do you come up with 117 more runs? Well, Brandon Lau and Ryan O'Hearn last year added, and talking about runs above replacement, that's a stat. It's funny to write. It looks like RAR, R-A-R, but they accounted for 46 runs above replacement last year. Brian Reynolds and O'Neal Cruz were worth just 26.2 runs above replacement, which was a significant drop from where they've been in the past. In 2021, Brian Reynolds' best season, he was worth 63.2 runs above replacement. O'Neal Cruz's best season, that was 2024, he was worth 34.8. If you can give me both of those, we've won this argument in spades. What I settled on was if Cruz can match that total, and Reynolds can give the Pirates his career average, which is about 34, we're already up to 89 runs above replacement based on the external additions they've made. And there's going to be a little bit coming from Marcell Ozuna as well. Let's not discount that. But we're already well on our way to make the point of securing the needed runs that the Pirates, the runs that the Pirates need in order to bump that offense up. But the two things that, they're question marks and that you need to see, and that, I understand why fans look at this right now and say, is this going to happen? Everybody else looks at it too, because you want to see results carry over from last season. You want to see spring training results really not matter, at least in this case. How do you get those remaining runs? I think it's going to happen personally. I'm not counting out Henry Davis. I'm not counting out Jared Triolo. I'm talking about two very mature, well put together young men that have put a lot of work in, and I'm not willing to write them off at this point. All right, let's take our final break of the hour. When we come back, I want to talk a little bit about the spring breakout game last night. Connor Griffin, have some audio from Connor I want to play, and we'll move it along here on Bucko Talk. You're listening to 93.7 The Fan.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
So we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
Truck month, truck month, truck month. Oh, yes, it is at Schultz Ford. Oh, man, what an exciting time. You know about those F-150s and how spectacular they are. Why don't you get one? So check out all the great locations. Schultz Ford, Wexford, Schultz Ford, South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Harmer, Schultz Ford in Wheeling, and always online at schultzford.com. You ever been in an F-150? You ever driven one? They are something. I mean, they cannot be beaten. So get there and check it out online. Like I said, schultzford.com. See what you want. Maybe head into one of those great dealerships that I talked about. There are so many F-150s and Rangers in stock right now. On the lot, ready to go for, you guessed it, truck month, truck month, truck month. So check it all out online. Do that right now. schultzford.com.
This winter might not have been the worst one on record, but it's up there. Aside from being hard on people, it's even tougher on our homes. Hey, it's Chris Muller for my friends here at MHI Roofing. If the freeze-thaw cycles this winter created even the slightest crack in the shingles or sealant on your roof, you're going to have water in your home this spring when the rains hit. That's why you need to call MHI today and schedule a free 21-point roof inspection before the rainy season. They'll go over every inch of your roof and review their findings with you, and if they do find a problem, it can usually be fixed with an inexpensive repair. But if it is time for a new roof, you couldn't hire a better company than MHI. Over-the-top customer service, highly skilled crews that install a perfect roof every time, and best of all, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So give them a call for your free roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at mhiroof.com.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union continues to grow. They're proud to announce their newest location on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and become one of the nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians who are part of the family. Visit AllegiantFCU.org today. From rivalry games to championship glory, Steel City Hoops covers it all. See the highlights, track the standings, and catch the stories behind the teams. If it happens on the high school hardwood, you'll find it at steelcityhoops.org. 2 Men and a Junk Truck is Pittsburgh's top choice for haul-away services. From single, bulky items to whole house cleanouts. Let their trained men do the heavy lifting and give you the space you deserve. Book same day or next day at 2menandajuncktruck.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Our veterans and their families make great sacrifices to protect our nation. Now it's time for them to receive assistance in their time of need as they age. If you are a veteran or the spouse of a veteran, contact Julian Gray Associates to speak with one of their VA-accredited attorneys to find out how you can receive compensation for the costs of care you are receiving in your home or a long-term care facility. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Matt Harkins with your fan headlines. Coming off their first victory of 2026 last week, against Loudoun United. The Riverhounds travel to Tampa Bay to take on the Rowdies tonight at 7:30. You can watch the game on Sportsnet Pittsburgh. March Madness continues this afternoon as the round of 32 begins in the men's tournament at 12:10 on CBS as 9th-seeded St. Louis takes on 1-seed Michigan. And the round of 64 continues in the women's tournament as today's action begins with 14th-seed Howard taking on 3-seed Ohio State at 11:30. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Score a slam dunk in a new GMC Sierra 1500 with up to $11,000 off or 0% financing. Or lease a V8 for just $299 a month for 24 months. Joe Ball GMC, Route 8 Glenshaw. JoeBallGM.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Jason Mackey with you from Lecom Park in Bradenton, Florida. Pirates and Blue Jays coming up at 1:05 this afternoon. Fan weather, it's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Areas of morning fog will reduce visibility. Otherwise, times of clouds and sun, high of 59. Notice that's not the weather we're going to have down here in Florida. That's your weather back home. Not to rub anything in your face. But, no, I've been down in Florida with the Pirates the entire time. We're going through several storylines here in spring training, getting you ready for opening day Thursday in New York. It can't come soon enough. Last night at this place, it was the spring breakout game, an annual rite of spring here. It is the third annual one that the Pirates have played. They beat the Tigers. And inside of that game, I was impressed with several things. Going to just give those thoughts real quickly. I don't think we're going to have time for Connor Griffin audio, Maddie. I maybe we'll get to it later in the show. Maddie Harkins back at the Pittsburgh studio. I wanted to play some Connor Griffin, but we went over a little bit. We have Noah Hiles at the Post-Gazette coming up at 10 o'clock. We're going to talk to Noah about all things Buccos. But just to give a couple observations on the spring breakout game last night. Boy, did Seth Hernandez look good. You should be aware of Seth Hernandez by now. He's the Pirates' first round pick in 2025. He is, we've seen Paul Skeens star in this game. We've seen Bubba Chandler star in this game. Well, it was Seth Hernandez's turn last night. His first 6 pitches, they generated some attention. Let's say 102.4 in the first one. You probably saw Max Clark's face. Could not believe it. Follows with 101. Then there was a changeup in there, 100, 101, 102 again. He was a little bit jittery early on. Seth Hernandez talked about that after the game. But overall, through 21 pitches, and 11 of those went 100 miles per hour or faster. A live arm. I had a chance to talk to Seth Hernandez a couple days ago over at Pirate City right after he learned that he was going to be starting the spring breakout game. And I'm not sure I could have a higher opinion of the young man. Just very mature and obviously physically gifted in a big, big way. You want to talk about a guy with some physical gifts? How about Tony Blanco Jr. last night? If you watched that on TV, you saw a mountain of a man hit a grand slam. And not just any grand slam. That ball did not sneak out. 411 feet, 106.6 off the bat, 39-degree launch angle. It was an absolute moonshot. Tony Blanco Jr. is somebody that you want to pay attention to. And I know the Pirates, they have the top-rated farm system in baseball right now, according to Baseball America. MLB Pipeline has them a little bit lower, but there are a lot of guys there worth paying attention to. But Tony Blanco Jr. fascinates me. 6'5", 243 pounds. Personally, that feels a little bit on the lighter side, standing next to him. I'm not a small human being. I'm about 6'4", probably about 190, 195 pounds, and I feel tiny next to Tony Blanco. He's huge. And the stuff he does to baseballs, it's just unfair. Last season, he played 30 games between the Florida Complex League and Low A Bradenton. He finished with 8 home runs. He went to the Arizona Fall League and demolished some more baseballs. Hit one that went 122.9, hit another that went 120.4. Goofy stuff. It's O'Neal Cruz level StatCast lighting it up there. Hit a home run in the AFL that went 464 feet.
In just 28 games last year in Florida State League play, he notched the top 6 exit velocities of anybody in 11 of the top 25. He showed out in the spring breakout game. We'll get to Connor Griffin in a little bit. He did not do a ton in the spring breakout game. It's an interesting storyline. It's one that's going to come to a head here either today or tomorrow, I would imagine, with Griffin learning his fate. It's just logistics at this point, right? Like the team heads to New York on Monday night, and you need to either send him down, make a decision if he's on the roster, if he signs something. You have to see it. But I opened the show talking about impressions of Griffin, and obviously there's a tremendous amount of physical talent, but I'm almost more impressed with how he handles everything off the field. That was something we talked about with Connor last night, and something I wanted to play the audio to kind of prove, him talking about how he keeps his head centered and how he keeps baseball the main thing. It's just very, very impressive. We'll get to that a little bit later in Bucko Talk. Going to take our last break of the hour. When we come back at the top of the hour, Noah Hiles from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette will join us and talk about what he's been writing. He had a one-on-one with Don Kelly that was really, really well done, and we'll chat it up with Noah here on Bucko Talk. It's Saturday morning on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This Saturday, decreasing clouds with high temperatures in the low 60s. Partly cloudy tonight with lows near 50 degrees. Mostly sunny Sunday, highs in the mid-70s. Then scattered showers and storms possible Sunday evening through the night. Overnight lows into the upper 30s and a few showers early Monday with highs in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK for Sidler Weather Center.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. Right now, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is dropping bonus bets into everyone's account for the tournament. Oh, yeah. All you have to do is opt in to claim your bonus. Use them on your bracket picks, money line, spreads, totals, game props, or even same-game parlays. But don't wait. These bonus bets are only available for a limited time. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to learn more. FanDuel, and these are the teams I will be backing throughout the tournament. I go with sleepers. I don't go with favorites. I like a couple of SEC dark horses, Tennessee, because if their freshman sensation is healthy, Kansas with the best player in America, Arkansas. I like the coach, and my deep sleeper is NC State. If they could put together the talent they have with an experienced coach, they could come out of nowhere and do damage. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Bonus issued is now drawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $500 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You're ready to ask her to marry you, and you want it to be perfect. So don't let a chain store salesperson rush you into something that may not be right. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler, asking, why not make it easy and visit a family-owned independent jeweler? At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our experts will guide you through the ring buying process and take our time to make your engagement ring the perfect memory with either a designer ring or a custom design, all at an affordable price. Visit us today at Peters Township or online at PittsburghDiamonds.com.
Hop in a John Deere Gator XUV for a day's work. Let's see what's on the to-do list. There goes the tree. And the fence. Not a problem, because you've got a cargo box filled with solutions. Up to 4,000 pounds of towing capacity, and you're ready to roll.
The power's out!
Here we go again. The Gator XUV, built for every kind of workday. Learn more at johndeere.com/Gator XUV. Nothing runs like a deer.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify, and stock units only offers in 3/31/26.
Hurry into Mike Camlin Hyundai today during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe. Or receive up to $4,000 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Mike Rowe here with a fun fact. Did you know that 50% of the air that you breathe inside your home comes from your crawl space? Yeah. Whether your crawl space is wet, musty, or your floors are bouncy, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to repair your crawl space. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Matt Harkins with your fan headlines. After their second OT loss to Carolina on this past road trip Wednesday, the Penguins are back home at PPG Paints Arena this afternoon as they host the Winnipeg Jets at 1. The Penguins are currently in second place in the Metropolitan Division, 1 point ahead of the Blue Jackets and Islanders. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning. I'm talking to you live from Lecom Park in Bradenton, Florida. I am Jason Mackey. Let's go out to the fan hotline where we find Noah Hiles from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. He joins us also from Lecom Park. He's at another part of the park. But Noah, what's going on, man? How are you?
I am great, Jason. How are you?
Doing all right, man. Doing all right. Looking forward to some Bucko baseball this afternoon against the Blue Jays. I want to talk about your Don Kelly piece in a second. I thought it was a great interview with Donnie, one-on-one interview talking about Connor Griffin, his culture, and what success means in 2026. But I know Griffin's your guy. You know the family. You're plugged in. You know his situation better than anybody in the market. We're reaching decision time here. I would imagine just purely based on logistics. What's your expectation at this point?
I think it's probably leaning toward him starting the year in AAA now. I just from the logistics of everything, I mean, I think the metrics are looking like he might need a little bit more time for development. I personally still think that he's their best option as a major league shortstop. However, if you're going off of the criteria that they were looking at probably heading into spring, I don't know if he's necessarily met that. So, I think that he's probably going to be the last guy who doesn't make it.
Yeah, I happen to share that opinion. I think it's probably we're gonna see him go down to AAA, and hopefully he mashes and we see him soon. But I could not be more impressed with the young man, what we've seen this spring. But when we talk about team-wide storylines, man, just what stands out to you? And you've been down here for a little bit. I think a few days after I made the switch over, you've seen a lot of stuff. You've been around this team. You've covered it as a beat writer, as a columnist. You're plugged in. What has jumped out to you so far?
Just the different energy around this team. Last year, I mean, from the start of Pirate Fest all the way through the end of the season, there was just this angst in the air. Where this year, I mean, you could feel the shift. Like the players last year, you could feel the tension in the room. I know you probably could too, Jason. When you walked through that clubhouse, there was pressure to perform, and I think that group knew it probably wasn't going to get the job done. Where I think this group has a quiet confidence, and fans feel that, and fans are excited to watch this team play. It's been very positive vibes around Bradenton this year.
We're chatting with Noah Hiles from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. He's a columnist now. You can find him on Twitter @_Noah Hiles. Read his stuff, of course, at post-gazette.com. And this is Bucko Talk. Noah, the offense is such a big storyline, right? You can't avoid it. They go out and make a bunch of offseason additions and a trade and whatever else to try to fix it. Do you see this offense being good enough to compete, good enough to put the Pirates in a position to win games?
I think so. I mean, it'll certainly be better than last year's. And, the caveat here is it doesn't need to be amazing. It needs to be average. Because if they had an average offense last year, this team would have competed with the Reds for that final wild card spot. So can it be average? I think, yes. Now, again, and I've voiced this before, I'm worried about the production of some guys who are going to be playing out of position. Because typically that takes a little bit of offensive production away. But I do think they added enough in that department to potentially counteract that. And it's going to come down to, I think, the guys who have been here before to step up. Because I think, Lau's a high floor guy. So is Ryan O'Hearn. So is Marcelo Zuna. Even a bad year for them, it's still going to be a pretty decent year compared to any Pirates hitter that's been in their positions for the last couple of years. But if Reynolds and Cruz can just be the players that they were in 2024, this team's going to have a real shot.
Another guy, I mean, you mentioned his name, O'Neal Cruz, but, we've talked and written and paid so much attention to O'Neal Cruz when he was in camp and then when he's at the World Baseball Classic. He seems different to me. What about you? And are you kind of buying the idea that this is going to be a breakthrough season for O'Neal?
I'm not. I mean, I'm more on the camp of every year can be a breakthrough season for Armel Cruz. But we've got to see it. I'm done playing into, oh, this is different this year. Oh, he's healthy this year. Oh, different coaching. That's great. We all know the talent's there. We all know it's in there. It's on him to show it. And, before we start putting these MVP expectations on him, which I'm not saying you did, Jason. I'm just saying in general. Like that.
Yeah, no, I know the general conversation. Yeah.
Yeah. We got to see him get back to at least what he was in 2024. Because this was a player that significantly regressed last year as a fielder and as a hitter. So before we think of him to be anything more than a 2.5 WAR player, let's see him get back to that level. And then after that, we can start talking about a potential breakthrough season. But again, I mean, I know it's in there, but we're at a point now where I don't know if he deserves the benefit of the doubt. Like, you've got to go out and prove it.
All right, let's talk a little bit about your one-on-one with Don Kelly, which, again, very, very well done. Check it out if you had one-on-one with Don Kelly, Pirates manager, on Connor Griffin, his culture, what success means in 2026. Noah, what does Donnie Kelly's culture look like so far, and what are his goals for how that culture looks once the regular season starts?
Yeah, I mean, I like the way he described it. He said it looks a lot like Pittsburgh. It's gritty, it's hardworking, it's, thinking about someone else besides yourself. And I think that's the thing that was missing a lot. I mean, there was a lot missing last year, but there wasn't much of a team culture, I thought. It was a whole bunch of young guys who were looking for a veteran voice to lead them, and that veteran voice wasn't there, or it wasn't loud enough, or it wasn't credible enough. So I look at this team and I feel like they're all marching to the beat of one drum, and I think that's something that hasn't existed here in a long time, and that's a good thing.
Another part, this might be my favorite part of the interview, Noah, where him talking about opening day as Pirates manager, what that means to him as a Pittsburgher, and it's a little bit what you're getting at with, grit and how they should be operating on a daily basis. But from sitting down with Donnie, do you get the sense that he's kind of like, I don't know. I mean, he's pretty calm, cool, and collected with us. Do you think there's going to be some like butterflies or extra feelings for him for the home opener? You think it's going to be a little different for him?
I don't think it'll be butterflies. I think it'll be more, like you said, the latter part of that, extra feelings. Like when he was giving that answer, and you can't really depict this in the one-on-one format in which I wrote this, but he showed me the hair on his arms was standing up. Like he gave himself chills thinking about playing on national television in New York City on opening day. Or he said, the line where I hope Sunday Night Baseball is a frequent visitor and things like that. Like that's what he's trying to manifest. So I think he's going to be able to soak it all in.
Couple more minutes with Noah Hiles from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette here on Bucko Talk. Follow Noah on Twitter or X @_Noah Hiles. Read him, post-gazette.com. The fifth starter spot, Noah, has been a point of conversation, too. And we're looking at, Carmen Majinski, Jose Urquidy, Mike Clevenger, Hunter Barco, maybe all of them. What's your expectation for how this goes forward? And do you think it's something that might shift a little bit once the regular season starts as well?
Yeah, I'm still kind of leaning toward no one getting that fifth starter spot, that they'll probably roster an extra bullpen guy. And depending on how the bullpen was used the first 4 days of the week, that's how they're going to go about filling that fifth pitching spot. I mean, they have guys that are stretched out. So, if they're lucky enough to not have to use Carmen for 3 straight days or something like that, he might be just a true opener and throw 3 or 4 innings as a start. Whereas if the bullpen's been taxed a little bit more, maybe they're calling somebody up. I don't know. I think it's going to be a very fluid thing. I don't think they're going to break camp with a guy who has the same starting capabilities and clearances even as the rest of the rotation.
Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. My last question, sort of open-ended, Noah. What's a storyline that you think has been kind of overhyped, either by all of us or fans? And what's a storyline that you think maybe has not gotten enough run that should be talked about more?
Yeah, all right. So I'll say I feel like something that isn't talked about enough is the bullpen, where it seems like it's very top heavy, right? You feel good with the high leverage arms, but after your top 3 or 4 guys, you have a lot of question marks. And if those question marks turn into exclamation points, then you have a very good bullpen. But if they don't pan out, you could have a lot of late game problems. And I think this is a team that's going to be doing a lot of late game defensive subs. So if you score all of your runs only to blow a lead when your best hitters and starting pitcher are no longer in the game, that could be a problem. So the bullpen is something I feel like isn't being discussed enough. And then something that was understated, I think, the password has been their best player all spring. And I think that that's been a storyline that's been covered, but maybe not covered enough in the sense where it's like, this is a guy who he's going to help this team win games in 2026. He won't be on the opening day roster, but this is a guy he's going to be a big-time contributor.
Great stuff, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'll see you soon.
All right. See you soon, Jason.
Our buddy Noah Hiles from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, one of the good ones. Always love having Noah on. Make sure you check out his stuff, post-gazette.com. Follow him on Twitter @_Noah Hiles. Noah brought up something that I do want to get into a little bit, Joe Stinson Garcia, the password and the spring that he's had and where that leaves the Pirates and what ends up happening with him. And I also want to loop back to the Connor Griffin discussion. Had to kind of get that in quickly at the bottom of last hour. No, it's top of last hour. I don't know how a clock works. We'll get into all of that and more here on Bucko Talks. Fan text lines brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Again, rolling right along, talking about their best player this spring, their most hyped player this spring. I'll get to that interview with Tony Beasley about the outfield here shortly. Don't go anywhere. It's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee.
Only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwich Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Aetna was there for me as I was going through a rough medical patch this year. I had peace of mind, which helped with my healing.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctor's offices when requested. We show up with the latest in online tools for easier access to healthcare. We show up for you. because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. Right now, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is dropping bonus bets into everyone's account for the tournament. Oh, yeah. All you have to do is opt in to claim your bonus. Use them on your bracket picks, money line, spreads, totals, game props, or even same-game parlays. But don't wait. These bonus bets are only available for a limited time. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to learn more. FanDuel, and these are the teams I will be backing throughout the tournament. I go with sleepers. I don't go with favorites. I like a couple of SEC dark horses. Tennessee, because if their freshman sensation is healthy. Kansas, with the best player in America. Arkansas, I like the coach. And my deep sleeper is NC State. If they could put together the talent they have with an experienced coach, they could come out of nowhere and do damage. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $500 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Baseball is back. Opening night is one exclusive game, and it's live on Netflix. On Wednesday, March 25th, the New York Yankees, led by seven-time All-Star Aaron Judge, head to the Bay Area to face Rafael Devers and the San Francisco Giants. A brand new way to watch Major League Baseball, and it all starts here. MLB opening night, Yankees vs. Giants, live on Netflix, Wednesday, March 25th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Matt Harkin, Cedar Fan Headlines. The Pirates wrap up spring training action with 3 more games at Lecom Park in Bradenton. You can listen to the game today against the Toronto Blue Jays, beginning at 1 here on The Fan. Opening day is 5 days away when they travel to New York to take on the Mets on Thursday. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to NowTheSunTheFan.com.
Calling all college hoops fans. Make your next bet during March matchups at BetMGM go even further with an odds boost token. Simply add any tournament bet to your bet slip and activate your odds boost token. If that bet hits, you'll walk away with a higher payout. For a tournament full of unforgettable moments, BetMGM is your sports book for all of it. Enjoy same-game parlays, live betting through all your favorite games, dark mode, and so much more during March matchups. And when there's a break in the tournament action or you're looking to switch things up, check out daily promotions and offers for all your favorite sports. Don't miss your chance at a bigger March matchup. Score with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. Please gamble responsibly.
Hi, I'm Andy.
And I'm Kristen.
And we're a Henny couple.
I met Juliet through Andy and found out she worked at Henny Jewelers. I came in and found my dream diamond, and Juliet helped us create the perfect ring.
It was an amazingly personal experience for both the engagement ring and our wedding bands. I couldn't find any other jeweler who could beat the value.
If you're looking for a jeweler you can trust that treats you like family, Henny Jewelers is it. Check them out at hennyjewelers.com or follow them on social.
Henny Jewelers. They'll be your jewelers for life.
Hi, I'm Julie Bologna, and I used to bring you the weather forecast to help your family navigate your day. Now I want to help you with the forecast to navigate your life as we age. At Julie & Gray Associates, they have helped thousands of families prepare for the future. Their certified elder law attorneys can help you with important life decisions involving long-term care, asset protection, tax planning, and avoiding probate. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Ready to upgrade the windows and doors in your home? Now is your chance to win $5,000 towards your purchase at 84 Lumber's brand new Anderson Windows and Doors showroom in Mount Lebanon. Mark your calendar. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road on April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to view Anderson's full product line and enter for your chance to win $5,000 towards your windows and doors. For more information, visit 84lumber.com and follow along on Facebook.
When you're in Pittsburgh, you drink local. Iron City beer, brewed here since 1861. It's Iron City time. Get Iron City delivered to your hotel, home, or door in as little as 60 minutes from beverages2u.com. When the world comes to Pittsburgh, we drink local. Grab the limited Iron City Draft Collector's Can. Delivered to your door by Beverages, the number 2, the letter U.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning, our first show of the year. I'm Jason Mackey, talking to you live from Lecon Park in Bradenton, Florida. Pirates will take on the Blue Jays today at 1:05, and it is a strong lineup. If you have not looked at Twitter, came out about 17 minutes ago. Go through that real quick. O'Neal Cruz leading off, playing center field. Brandon Lau batting second at second base. Brian Reynolds in left, hitting third. Marcelo Zuna, the designated hitter, cleaning it up. Spencer Horwitz at first base, hitting fifth. Henry Davis behind the plate, hitting sixth. Right fielder Billy Cook, seventh. Connor Griffin will play short and bat eighth. And Alika Williams in the 9 spot at third base. Paul Skeens, of course, on the mound. You all know him. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Another particular spring training coverage is brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton. Drive a little, save a lot. Thank you very much to Noah Hiles, who joined us to start the 10 o'clock hour, and some great conversation with Noah. One of the things that he brought up, I wanted to get into a little bit about Jostinson Garcia. And the password is what you know the password as more. But he's been really, really, really good this spring. If I'm the Pirates, I could not be more encouraged by what the password has done. But I also don't have any problem with him going to the minor leagues to start. And that is my expectation at this point. Nothing is official, but here's why. And I've saved this topic for now because I think it's a good thing to bring up in this setting. You don't have anywhere to play him. And he's a really good young player. There's a lot of promise. Again, it's hard to feel better about what he's done. His spring training stats: leads the team with 15 hits, 4 more than anybody else. He's hit .405, a 1.058 OPS. He's proven a lot. But right now, the Pirates have outfield spots committed to Brian Reynolds, Ryan O'Hearn, O'Neal Cruz. There's no questions there. It's a problem, and I'm using air quotes for anybody watching on video, but they need to find reps for Jake Mangum. He's part of their major league roster. He's going to impact the team quite a bit. He's a defensive replacement in the later innings. He's going to add a little bit of value there, runs the bases well. If Jostinson Garcia is on this roster, it's really in a bit part role. Right now, with his age and where he's at, he needs to play games. And this is maybe a little bit of a change for the Pirates. It's certainly an improvement where you have a good player who's not on the team. So the job there then becomes, you got to stay ready. You're going to AAA. You're going to keep playing. You're going to producing. And at some point over the course of 162 games, there's going to be an opportunity there. He's going to get a chance to make an impact. But in the meantime, I don't want him sitting on the bench. Garcia had a very good season last year in the minor leagues. Honestly, doesn't have a whole lot left to prove there. It's all about finding a spot. Last year in Boston's system, hit .256, 17 doubles, 21 home runs, 75 RBIs, and 810 OPS. Led all Red Sox minor leaguers in home runs, total bases, 204, and runs scored. He did everything you would want a prospect of his ilk to do. It's just there is not a spot here, and that's okay. That feeds into an entire different conversation. Well, it's, I guess, not entirely different, but when you look at the Pirates roster right now and some of the tough decisions they're going to have to make, this is a lot different than what we've seen over the past handful of years. Like the Pirates, and this is a hypothetical scenario, I'm not saying this has happened, but if they decide to put Mike Clevenger on the roster, you have to go through this opening, their 40-man roster, and see who are you going to take off. And it's a tough conversation. And that's a good problem to have. It's something that they've worked up to over a number of years. And injuries could dictate something. Maybe you move a guy to the 60. It's obviously not just one move, but the depth of this roster, the strength of this roster is so much more than it's been in the past handful of years where that is suddenly a difficult decision. And I think that's the way other organizations live, and it's a good problem to have. I'll be interested to see where it goes because I do think there's a chance Mike Clevenger winds up on this team. He's pitched well we'll see what comes out over the next couple of days. That's just an aside, but my point being is that this is a much stronger roster, a deeper roster, and when you have somebody like Justinson Garcia, it's not just automatically, well, we have an open spot, let's throw him in there. All right, so I want to sort of close a couple loopholes or things that I've been teasing, talking about this morning. And if you want to weigh in, by the way, 412-928-9370, that's the number to call. Happy to have your opinions on the air as well. Producer Maddie Harkins will get you through and we'll have a little conversation. Have about 30 minutes left, but I've got some random news and notes that I want to include. I also want to play some audio from a Tony Beasley interview that I did earlier in the week, but was talking about Connor Griffin and how impressed with his maturity that I've been, and he met with the media last night in advance of the spring breakout game. The scene here was something else. They did an autograph signing, which is a great part of this event. Obviously, a lot of people wanted Connor. Every single place he goes, there's a ton of attention paid to him, and he's just handled it all so darn well. The off-field maturity with that young man is truly incredible. That's been my biggest takeaway, honestly. I didn't doubt whether he could play baseball well. I knew he could play baseball well, and I didn't have any doubts that he was a good person. But the amount of stuff that's been thrown at him and how he's been able to keep a level head and stay humble and focus on the work and not tune it out. You know, it's not like you want the guy to just go away and not be aware of the attention surrounding him, but to process it appropriately. And his ability to do that has just really been remarkable. It's been something else. And I agree with Noah that at this point, based on what I've heard, the expectations, the conversations surrounding this kid, it probably is going to be AAA. And I don't even have a problem with that move. You know, I think if you look at inside of his spring training, it was really good early on. Lately, there has been some concerning stuff, and you kind of want to see him make that adjustment. Griffin, prior to today's game, this is something I had, 184 average in 15 games. It tied for the team lead in home runs and RBIs, but also just 2 walks and 11 strikeouts as a 279 on base percentage. The split that I was talking about, though, he homered 3 times in his first 6 Great League games and then had just 1 home run in his past 9 while hitting 167 with 9 strikeouts in there. That's in 24 at bats. So, I mean, it's been a little bit more strikeout heavy recently. There's been some swing and miss. It's not meant to tear Connor Griffin down at all. It's just saying that you understand where they're coming from. At least I do. I understand there's going to be fan sentiment and frustration as well, but ultimately, I guess just like parenting, sometimes you have to make a hard decision, an unpopular decision, but if you're looking out for somebody's best interests, that's what you have to do, and I think that's what the Pirates are looking at with Connor Griffin, and they don't want to put him in a situation where, you know, they're not doing what's best for Connor, and I think that's probably where we go. Again, all through spring, this has been a fairly fungible, fluid situation. I've said that to the morning show guys or the PM team or anybody who has me on 93.7 The Fan talking about my understanding of it. And it's kind of that way right now. But I think if you look at the situation, you kind of zoom out a little bit and you just say, we're not gonna do anything that's detrimental to his development. That is the most important thing they can do. All right, let's peel back from that and go toward my Tony Beasley interview. There's some good stuff in here that I want to have you listen to. As part of Bucko Talk, I also want to be featuring various members of the coaching staff. Bees is back in his 3rd stint with the Pirates. Give Maddie a minute here to make sure the audio is queued up. But so I sat down with Tony Beasley yesterday at Lecom Park, and we talked about him coming back, the differences around the Pirates. He did a really good job putting those differences into words, and talked also about some of the outfield defense stuff he's been working on with various players. So I'm going to step aside and play that audio. Hope you enjoy it. So I'm sitting here with Tony Beasley at Lecom Park. And Tony, I want to talk about a few things that you've seen since coming back to Pittsburgh. But first and foremost, it seems like you never left. It seems like you're kind of happy to be back. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I'm really excited to get back and put the black and gold on again, and just get reacclimated with the organization. But a lot of the same faces are still here, and a lot of the new faces are people that I've known across baseball. So It's been really good coming back. The transition's been awesome. Just a great environment. So I'm just enthused about being back and just to have a chance to feel what's in the air. It's a new time, and it's exciting. The expectations have changed, and we're looking forward to having a great season.
So you're talking about what's in the air. We've seen and heard that quite a bit down here. I don't know if I still have a good way of, describing it, but you're around it. How would you describe what's in the air down here?
It's just a belief, and that we're about to get to the next level of play. We expect. We expect to have a great year this year, and hopefully it's not just this year, not a one-off, but something that's lasting, and just change the narrative. Instead of us playing teams are playing us now, and I think that's how we have to look at each day and each opponent. But I think the players are ready. I know the staff is ready. I think we have all the right people in place to take things to the next level. DK's been awesome. Ben's been awesome. Bob's on board with everything, and so I just feel good about where we at. I've been fortunate enough to see winning in my tenure in Texas, and so I kind of know the vibe and what it looks like, what it feels like, and I see that here. So I have no doubt that we should have a good season.
So you've been working with the outfielders, a lot of hard work going in. O'Hearn, Reynolds, Cruz, obviously a bunch of guys in addition to that. I want to ask you about them individually, but first collectively as a group, what do you feel like this group has improved upon? Just what do you think about where they're at right now?
Yeah, I mean, the main thing is just the mentality of the group. So just trying to make sure that we adopt a mindset of really hating fly balls, despising balls that are in the air, and they're enemy number one. And we don't want to see any balls hit the grass. And so just trying to create that mindset and that attitude towards playing the game, and making sure that we hold each other accountable to that every day. I've been really pleased with the group. Pleasantly surprised too, with especially O'Hearn, who hadn't played a ton of outfield, but he's been solid. Just a few slight adjustments and no issues. He made those easy, and so it's a good group to work with. They're eager to learn, and they have a desire to be great.
So what are the adjustments with O'Hearn? What should baseball fans be watching when he takes the field?
Yeah, basically, it's just his pre-pitch. He was more so in his infield setup where he's wider and getting his feet kind of settled early. And so we just wanted to stand him up a little bit more and have him walk into his pre-pitch, and so his bottom half could activate better at contact, as opposed to being more flat-footed and a wider base. Whereas when the ball's hit, his natural move would be to just pop up, not really gain ground, but pop up. And so, we want the lower half to be directional and get the hips turned. And so he's worked at it. There's a few other things we need to, really get him comfortable with, as far as taking his eyes off the ball and picking it back up. And he's still not 100% comfortable with that, but those are things that we'll keep working towards. But he's been good. His first step has been good. His routes have been solid. It's been a tough wind here, tough sky. So we really played some tough conditions, and he's adapted each day. And any adjustment we need to make depth-wise, he's been on board. So he's got that mentality that I'm gonna catch the ball. So it's been good.
All right, let's go to his right, our left, O'Neal Cruz, guy you've been asked about quite a bit. We've got a full spring of a sample size. Boy's been different. He looks motivated, focused, however you want to describe it. You're with him every day. How would you describe it?
Yeah, I've seen good things, especially early in camp. I think the WBC for him was kind of bittersweet on my end, because I was happy that he was gone, but I hated that I didn't have those maybe 2.5 weeks or so, 3 weeks with him, because there were things that we were really, really focusing on with his same thing, making him have a consistent pre-pitch and developing that with him, and a timing mechanism off the pitcher's release point to where he gets settled into his lower half and gets off the mark. So route efficiency for him was an issue as well. He goes way better to his right than his left. He has a tendency to turn to his right, even on balls that are to his left. So there's some things that we still have to clean up because he missed a lot of time. And from my understanding, WBC doesn't allow for a ton of individual defensive work. It's more just a group, may get some fly balls, but it's not individualized. So I felt like, we lost some time there. Came back, had a tough night the other night with 2 win balls. But he was upset about it. We discussed it. We got a plan of attack. And so there's still some things we need to clean up, no doubt about it. But with his athleticism and, his God-given talent, it's just pushing his mind. I got to push his mind every day and give him a purpose. Each game, something that I like to see him accomplish that day, just to keep him on task. And I think he operates best when you give him a specific task.
Last couple of minutes from Tony Beasley here on Bucko Talk, but Brian Reynolds, another guy, longest tenured player on the team, I believe. Yeah, a little bit before Mitch Keller. Want to see his defense improve. What have you been working with him on? He talked a little bit about that first step, that ready step, but what else have you seen?
Yeah, he kind of made an adjustment late last year about with his pre-pitch and his early step. He has a hop. The only thing I wanted is minimize it, not get too high off the ground, which I think he's done that. He as well, like getting turned and going back on balls sometimes is an issue, but you know what? He's been unbelievable. To be a guy of his stature that's still with a growth mindset. Any adjustment that you ask, he's on it. And specific balls, he's asking for them. So I really see him as a good outfielder. I really do. I know that last year, analysts didn't like him as much, but I think they liked him better in the second half than the first half when I compared his numbers. And so he made some improvements late in the season, and we just wanted to build upon those improvements.
Tony Beasley, thanks so much, man. Good luck this season.
Thank you.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk. I'm Jason Mackey, live from Lecom Park in Bradenton, Florida on a Saturday with you. That was Tony Beasley, new Pirates third base coach, and also works with the outfielders quite a bit. Thanks so much to Tony for the time. While that was happening, the Pirates made a couple roster moves. They have optioned Joe Stinson Garcia and Tyler Callahan to AAA Indianapolis. Ironically, we were talking about the password before we got to the Tony Beasley interview. I was explaining why I expected them to option Joe Stinson Garcia. I can't say I expected them to do it during the Beasley interview, but it makes a lot of sense. He needs reps. And Tyler Callahan sort of the same way. If you're looking at the left side of their infield, we expect Jared Triolo to occupy one of those spots, and then the other one's kind of up for debate. At this point, if I had to bet, I'm not a betting person. I don't even know how to bet, but I would say Connor Griffin goes to AAA, and then you're probably going to have to decide between Nick Gonzalez or if you want to go Alika Williams and add him to the roster, but both of those guys are still around, and probably Nick Gonzalez. We'll see where that goes. But again, Joe Stinson Garcia, Tyler Callahan, both optioned to AAA. One more segment here on Bucko Talk. Want to talk a little bit about the World Baseball Classic, finish up with what we've learned to this point, and maybe a couple extra fun little treats. Don't have a lot of time left. This has really just flown by. I'm looking forward to these 2 hours every Saturday morning all spring. I'm Jason Mackey in Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
So we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Ross Park Mall, and Broken Bow Records.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Listen up, Pittsburgh. The bow tie means a better buy. And that's why the spring savings at Crown Mitsubishi can't be beat. All remaining new 2025 Outlanders now to 10 grand off or finance at 0% for 72 months. Outlander Sport up to 5 grand off. Eclipse Cross up to 3 grand off. Plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Crown has your answer to something newer, better, and more affordable. Shop our spring savings at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
It's time to play. Make your downtime fun time on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app. Right now, new casino users get 250 bonus spins on the hot online slot game Gold Trio Leprechaun's Luck, plus up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Play real casino games for real money and bet on all your favorite sports right on your phone. The BetParx online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win. Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania. New users only. BetParx.com has T's and C's. Casino bonus must be wagered. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up.
I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
I only paid.
Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry. Offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Matt Harkins with your fan headlines. Coming off their first victory of 2026 last week against Loudoun United, the Riverhounds travel to Tampa Bay to take on the Rowdies tonight at 7:30. You can watch the game on Sportsnet Pittsburgh. March Madness continues this afternoon as the round of 32 begins in the men's tournament at 12:10 on CBS as 9th-seeded St. Louis takes on 1-seed Michigan. And the round of 64 continues in the women's tournament as today's action begins with 14th-seed Howard taking on 3-seed Ohio State at 11:30. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to nowthesonthefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
At Pittsburgh Regional Transit, we're not going anywhere without you. We're now hiring mechanics and automotive repair persons, and we're offering great pay and benefits. You could even qualify for a starting bonus. Learn more at rideprt.org/careers. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Spring weather is unpredictable in Pittsburgh. You never know which way you'll be adjusting your thermostat unless you have the right windows. With Window Nation, you can count on your home being comfortable regardless of the weather. Their windows are customizable and energy efficient. Expert installations take just 1 day, and Window Nation products are backed by a lifetime warranty. There's no better time to upgrade with Window Nation in March. The more you buy, the more you could save, up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today. Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning. One final segment with you. I am Jason Mackey, broadcasting live from Lecom Park in Bradenton. A couple hours until the Pirates take on the Blue Jays. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7thefan.com. Fan weather, it's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Areas of morning fog, they'll reduce visibility. Otherwise, times of clouds and sun, high of 59 degrees. Tying up some loose ends here in our final few minutes together on the first Saturday Bucko Talk of the season. A little bit ago, I don't know, time all blends together, but a few days ago, maybe it was last week, I think it was, I drove to Miami for the World Baseball Classic. Had an opportunity to watch the U.S. and the Dominican Republic in their semifinal. Chatted with Paul Skeens afterward for a little bit. That was really cool and a fun story that I hope you read. MLB.com/Pirates, talking about how Paul Skeens wants to bring that environment to Pittsburgh this season, how he's used that as motivation. Paul was telling me as we were walking down the hallway that he came out of the game and was talking to Clayton Kershaw about World Series and how this stacks up, how it stacks up to the postseason in general. Kershaw told him it's just different. But either way, it's been a motivating factor for Paul Skeens. And honestly, being there, I don't know how it can't be. What an event. Baseball did it right. I mean, there are obviously tweaks to this or a conversation that can be had about timing, which we will do. But overall, if you step back from this event and think about what baseball was able to create in March, bravo. I love that so much. Honestly, I had a headache for like 2 days after this thing. It was so loud. But if you're a fan, isn't that what you want? They created a destination watch in March. They created a scenario where guys are playing for their country and having so much pride and making baseball such a talked about thing in March, a month traditionally dominated by college basketball. I think we need to step back and appreciate what Paul Skeens meant to this event. Him signing on the way he did and embracing it the way he did, other people couldn't help but follow. Now, obviously, he wasn't the only one. There were a lot of people and a lot of performances that went into this, but I just love that he wanted to do it and it sort of paved the way for other people to do it as well. I think the conversation to have with this thing, and it's a fair question to ask, I go back and forth on it too, should it happen during the season? And I think there's an opportunity here for baseball. I don't know if they're going to take the opportunity. I would understand logistically how it wouldn't work as well, and I'll outline that. But do you do it in season? And if you do it in season, what you probably do is when you have a WBC, you don't have an all-star game. So you shut things down, you go to Miami or wherever it is, and you stage the tournament. In the meantime, what about the guys who aren't in the WBC? What happens then? Well, here's my idea. Have spring training or a version of it. It was like the COVID year when they did, I don't know what they called it, summer camp, I think is what they called it, at the facilities in those cities. You can give the players, 4 or 5 days off or something. Give them a break. I don't think that's a bad thing. But how many people in Pittsburgh or any other major league city, maybe you don't have an opportunity to come down to Florida or go to Arizona for spring training. So have spring training in Cincinnati. Have spring training in Milwaukee, whatever. I'm just picking random cities. Don't charge anybody. Allow them to come into the ballpark. Concessions are available for purchase. And have whatever workouts you can over a 3-4 hour window. And you're not going to see everybody every day, but it's a way for guys that aren't playing in the World Baseball Classic, which again would be most of your team, to sort of stay ready and be able to participate when baseball resumes. It's kind of the best of both worlds. That would be my idea. I do think moving it to the middle of the season, you remove some of the concerns about buildups. And, you know, if Skeens is throwing one or two more outings because it's a World Baseball Classic year, you just kind of, in my opinion, just kind of accept it. But I do understand, and I'm sensitive to the idea of building up. You can only throw so many pitches. Guys maybe aren't in midseason form. But saying all that, boy, did they look like they were in midseason form. They produced. It was entertaining. Players delivered. What a great event it was. Well, I'm going to close out just by saying this. I'm hoping this Pirate season will be different. It will certainly be different for yours truly. I think there's a lot of reasons to believe that it will be. It all starts next week in New York. This team's pitching staff was just going through a thing with MLB.com, and they ranked the pitching staffs. It's easily top 10. I would even put it in the top 5. A lot's going to depend on that, but I like the offensive moves they made. We're going to start to see if they're going to come together in the right way. Thanks so much to Maddie Harkins back in Pittsburgh, making sure all of this sounds good. I only try to not screw it up. I am Jason Mackey, and I will be back to you next week talking about the Buccos once more here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We're excited that the draft is here in our backyard now.
We couldn't be more excited about the draft coming to Pittsburgh, but there's excitement about the draft on every front, and we're looking at what's bringing the green, brought to you by True Green. Did you know that the draft is expected to generate approximately $200 million for Western Pennsylvania? That's Bringing the Green, brought to you by True Green, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Malsey here, and I keep coming back to a conversation I had with Paige over at Awaken 180. And I had asked her if the new weight loss meds were affecting business, and I figured she'd say it slowed down. Nope. She tells me they've got people coming in while they're on the meds, and I'm like, wait, what? She goes, yeah, either they don't feel good, they want to speed their weight loss up, or their results stalled. And honestly, that tracks. I've got a buddy who was on one, and it took 6 months to lose 25 pounds, which is okay. But when you're doing everything right, weight loss is slow, and you don't feel healthy, it gets frustrating. Here's the point. Even if appetite goes down, you still need a plan. You need the right foods for you, and you need someone who knows what to do when the scale hits pause. That's what Awaken 180 brings, whether you're on meds or not. I lost my 35 pounds in just 6 weeks with Awaken 180, but more importantly, I felt great in the process. I still feel great today, thanks to free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Panda, make this shot and everyone gets to score big savings at Spitzer. Nothing but net.
Make a fast break to Spitzer Toyota today and drive a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR5 Double Cab from a low $275 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 35,599, VIN TT 044098, RWD Model 7186, 36 months, $39.99 due at signing through TMS, plus title tax, license registration, $490 doc fee, 0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 3/31/2026.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Our yoga instructor challenged us to find inner peace. I found it faster than anyone. After 4 seconds, I stood up and screamed, "I found Nirvana! I win!" They asked me to leave. I guess they don't respect winning. Bet365 does, though. New customers get $365 in bonus bets just for betting $10. Namaste, losers. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you wash that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference. Game.
Hola, amigos. Brad Evans here. Check out this booming voice and Pat Boyle on BetMGM tonight, covering the biggest sports stories from coast to coast, live and interactive on the free Odyssey app, discussing NFL offseason news and getting you ready for the madness in college hoops. BetMGM tonight with me, Brad Evans and Pat Boyle, live and interactive, Monday through Friday night, starting at 6 Eastern, presented by BetMGM. Always live on the free Odyssey app and watch on YouTube at BetMGM tonight.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Matt Harkins with your fan headlines. After their second OT loss to Carolina on this past road trip Wednesday, the Penguins are back home at PPG Paints Arena this afternoon as they host the Winnipeg Jets at 1. The Penguins are currently in second place in the Metropolitan Division, 1 point ahead of the Blue Jackets and Islanders. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani, presented by Number One Cockroach, Shedrovich and Fishman, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Good morning, everyone. And once again, we have an up and down weekend of weather. It's yesterday was cold. Today it's improving. Tomorrow maybe 81, followed by a dip of like 45 degrees on Monday. But that's March in Pittsburgh. Welcome to the Bob Pompiani Show, and we welcome in Matty Ice Harkins, who's behind the glass, taking your phone calls at 412-928-9370. Want to remind you, as always, of the fan text line, which is the same as the call-in line. It's open to you and brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And the fan Twitter site is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. It's a big day because Donnie Football is getting married to the lovely Sarah today. And I was wondering, Matt, how many people would be left behind here. Unfortunately, Lisa and I had another conflict. We couldn't go. I was looking forward to it. I'm sure we'll get a lot of video reminders of what's going on over there. But I'm glad you're here today.
Yeah, I got the text a few weeks ago asking if I could work the shift. I was like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, you may be here all day, though. I don't know how many other people are left behind. But that'll be a fun day. And as I advised Donnie and Sarah, make sure you enjoy the day. It goes very fast. I mean, really fast. You're spending a lot of money for it, but it's also supposed to be about you guys. And what happens typically is that a lot of people want to chat with the bride and groom, and you know, you're so involved in those conversations, which is fine, but man, you got to enjoy it. It goes very fast.
Yeah, it flies by. It's like, oh, wait, dancing's over already?
Yeah. Well, I like dancing to extend as late as possible. I know, and hopefully that'll be the case there tonight. Best of luck to that lovely couple. In the meantime, we're talking sports at 412-928-9370. You can call. We have a lot to get into, and I want to start by talking about it's a hockey afternoon in Pittsburgh, and we're going to get into the NCAA, the Pirates, and everything else that's been going on. But this is a big, huge, humongous weekend for the Pittsburgh Penguins because it is a logjam in the Eastern Conference. And I don't recall so many teams having an opportunity to get in or lose out within a matter of points. But that's where we are. Let me set the stage for you. The Buffalo Sabres right now in the Atlantic have 92 points. Tampa Bay 88, Montreal 84. So that's 1, 2, 3. Meanwhile, if you look at the other side of it, the Metro, Carolina with 94 points. The Penguins with 84 in second. Columbus now has jumped over the Islanders, 83 points. They have been the hottest team going. Wild card right now is Boston and Detroit, although Detroit has gone through a swoon here that dropped them out of where they were temporarily in second place. Now they're down to the second wild card. And the Islanders are behind them with 83 points. A lot of headbanging going on in the next 15 or 16 games. So today, the Penguins host the Winnipeg Jets, a team that is led by Connor Hellebuck, one of the great stories of the Olympics for Team USA, against the Penguins and Stuart Skinner. Now, that's a game the Penguins need to win, quite frankly, because they have Carolina coming in here tomorrow. And you do not want it. That matchup is always, to me, difficult for the Penguins, the way Carolina plays. And I think we saw that the other night, even though the Penguins forced an overtime, tied the game. Carolina, I looked at that game in two different ways. I thought the Penguins showed a lot of grit and heart to get back into it, which they did. Stuart Skinner made some huge saves in that game, and that allowed them to get an extra point. But they also gave up so many chances. And Carolina, on top of that, hit 3 or 4 goalposts along the way. So that's a matchup that's a tough one. That's why today is essential for the Penguins to win, and hopefully they can do that again tomorrow. While that's going on, Columbus has a busy weekend. They will host Seattle tonight, and they will travel to the island tomorrow to take on the Islanders. So that's going to cause some havoc. The Islanders lost the other night to Ottawa. They have to go to Montreal tonight. And as stated, Montreal's third with 84 points. But they're in danger of falling out of it completely as well. So that'll be a game. And then tomorrow it's Columbus and New York Islanders on the island. So very big 4-point weekend for the Penguins here. And the Penguins do have one game in hand on the Islanders. They have the same amount of games played as Columbus, if you're looking at for that point of view. Very encouraged by what I see from the Penguins in terms of the way they play, how they play. Erik Karlsson has been on a different planet, quite frankly. He has. He's just been dynamic in so many ways. And I remember last year when everybody was talking about getting rid of Karlsson and the big money contract. Quite frankly, he wasn't the same player those last 2 years, which forced that conversation to be held. But he is the Erik Karlsson that you saw as Norris Division or Norris Trophy winner 3 times in the past. I mean, he has just been sensational. I don't have another word for him. Since the Olympic break, he's the only defenseman who's challenging guys like McKinnon, guys like McDavid in points. So he has to keep that up. And a later conversation I want to have, and maybe you can call with your opinion, what do they do with Erik Karlsson in the summer? And I'm only asking that from this point of view because it appeared as if coming into the season his stock was down. I mean, he is mid-30s. He's making a lot of money. Now, under Dan Muse, his game has flourished, and he's playing at a level that not many people can play at. So, because his trade value has increased, would you at all consider trading him in the summer? And I know that's a conversation that will be held later, but I think it's intriguing now just because of the way Karlsson has played. He has been the best defenseman in the NHL since the All-Star break. The other thing that I want to throw out with the Penguins is the goalie rotation as they head into the playoffs. Now, first of all, you got to get there. I'm not going to immediately say they could very easily miss out based on how this logjam has occurred. But the goalie rotation has been very good for them. Sheelovs, Skinner, Sheelovs, they've alternated. They have a great relationship. All of that's good. But when you get into a playoff series, I don't think that's the way to go. I just don't. For example, if they start, let's say, in a series with Columbus, and Stuart Skinner is outstanding in game 1, 30 saves, shutout, 1 goal allowed, they win. Do you immediately go to Hiles just because the goalie rotation suggests to do that? I don't think so. I think when you get to that situation, and both are capable. If Hiles has a tough game or Skinner has a tough game, you can make a quick hook also and change, knowing that you have a guy there who's capable of coming in and helping. But I would not support a goalie rotation. I think that's the wrong thing to do in a playoff series. I think they're doing it well for the regular season. Dan Muse has been committed to it. It's helped both guys out. But you get down to the best of 5, best of 7, all that stuff. You better make sure that you have the right guy in there. And if he's riding a good streak, you just continue to ride with him. 412-928-9370 is the number to call on that. We'll get into a lot of the NCAA tournament stuff coming up. It's been fascinating to me. But it's also been a little bit, confusing in that a lot of people out there seem to think the Cinderella is dead. And they say that because the NIL and the transfer portal, there's a wide gap, a disparity, not unlike what you see in baseball with the haves and the have-nots in terms of some of these mid-majors and low mid-majors. And I see all this morning people talking about how, well, the Cinderella's dead, you're never going to see it. Au contraire, I think we've seen some tremendous games. And need I remind you that North Carolina lost to VCU. That was a good game. High Point, straight out 5-12, upset of Wisconsin. That was pretty much the only big-time major upset. However, McNeese State almost beat Vanderbilt. Kansas, which had a 22-point lead last night, almost blew that to Cal Baptist. Gonzaga had trouble with Kennesaw State. Wright State almost beat Virginia. And I like these games because they go right down to the wire. We saw Siena take Duke to overtime, and they were lucky to get out of that. And what about Kentucky? Kentucky, I mean, that was a miracle shot that went in, and they get to overtime. And I want to talk more about that in a minute, about Herb Sendek. And he looked to be calling a timeout after the shot was made, and they ignored it or didn't see it, or maybe the confusion of the day. What he wanted to do, I'm sure, was foul the North Carolina or the Kentucky player before he ever got the shot off, right?
You would hope.
Yeah, so you don't allow a 3-point, even though the odds are not very good in that department. But so these are all really good games. And isn't that what you want? Does Cinderella have to always wear the slipper? Just make them good games. And I think we saw that in rounds 1 and 2. So Cinderella, in my view, is not dead. It's not the same kind of Cinderella ride. Although keep in mind, 16 almost beat 1 again this year. And it was in position to do it. 412-928-9370 is the number to call on that. We'll break down some of these games and what's coming up a little bit later. Also, the Pirates, I would imagine in the next day or two, are going to have to make a decision. You heard Jason Mackey on Bucko talk. They're going to have to make a decision about what's going on with Connor Griffin. What do you think? 412-928-9370. And what is your Pirate win total? Right now in Vegas, it's 78.5. I think the Pirates will go over that, and I think the Pirates will be a wild card team this year. I just can't concede the division. I think the Cubs have too much. They've added Alex Bregman. They got a lot of talent on that team. I think the Pirates, if they get just internal production increases. For example, Paul Skeens last year, in his games that they started, there were, I think, 32 of them. The Pirates only won 17 of those 32. They averaged 3 runs a game when he pitched. That's average. Most of them were below 3. If you improve your run production by just, say, a run, what would that record be? You know, it probably is going to be distorted in his favor, 38-5 or 4, whatever it would be. I mean, that's what 1 run per game difference means. And I think the Pirates are in a position with internal improvement from O'Neal Cruz and Brian Reynolds, along with the newcomers they have, would make that possible. All right, let's get to the phones. 412-928-9370. They're available to you. If you want to call about any of these topics or anything else, please let us know. And I'd be happy to entertain those calls, beginning with Jay in Pittsburgh, who's on line 1. Hey, Jay, how are you?
I have a golf question.
Whoa. Okay, go ahead.
In terms of ball strikers, your top 5 in PGA Tour history, I have a list here. I wanted to see if you agree with it. My first one is Tiger Woods, number 2, Ben Hogan, Sergio Garcia 3, Henrik Stenson 4, John Ram 5th, and 2 honorable mentions, Vijay Singh and Cameron Young.
Now, define to me ball striking. What are you referring? Because there's so many metrics that are involved in the golf swing. What is ball striking? Because I think Sergio Garcia was the best iron player at a streak of his career that I've seen. But what is ball striking to you?
In terms of just hitting the ball, dynamically and considerably, like with distances and control.
Well, all I know is that the metrics have improved since Tiger played. They certainly improved since Ben Hogan. Ben Hogan's swing was as good as it gets. Those swings are elite, both Tiger and Ben. That's why they were winners so many times. Sergio didn't win enough for me, but iron play, that was his strong suit when he was on. John Rahm, I want to see more of him on this tour, which we won't. He's on the Live Tour. He's entangled now in a DP World Tour situation that's going to result in heavy fines that he's going to have to pay. I look at DeChambeau's swing speed. I think that's elite. I think Scheffler has metrics on his side. There are a lot of different things to look at right now. I think there's some, we want to talk about just straight out distance. There's so many guys right now who average 340 yards per drive. That never happened in Hoga's day because of the equipment. So everything is relevant. Everything is changing as the all the metrics get better. So I don't have a good answer for you there. I think they're all elite. Everyone you mentioned there, their swings. But I would say today, I would put Scotty Scheffler ahead of everything. He's the number one world player for a while now, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
I agree. Just looking at Cameron Young, just like his iron play, like it's just so unbelievable just to see how good of a ball striker he was compared to, it just adds up with Hogan and Woods, like just looking at the PGA, the Players Championship.
That was clinic on how to react in pressure, Jay. What Cam Young did, I mean, to go in the last 3 holes there at Bay Hill, which are not easy holes, and to do what he did is spectacular because there was a lot of pressure on his game at that point, and he responded to it. And he's been good. He's come close so many times. He's won on tour, but never to this magnitude with the Arnold Palmer Invitational. But thanks for the call, Jay. That's interesting to think about. And again, I think you're going to see some young guys come up. I'm hoping that we see Neil Shipley do better in some of these tournaments as well. Appreciate it. 412-9, yes, sir. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. Again, big day for the Penguins. Your thoughts on the goalie rotation as he head into the playoffs? I don't like it. I would prefer one guy. I don't know that they'll do it. I think Dan Muse has been a situation where he's relying on both of them, and they've equally been involved, and I think as a result, both better. The one thing Skinner offers you is experience in these kinds of situations. And I think you saw that experience and calmness in goal against Carolina the other night because he made so many big saves when necessary to keep them even involved. Carolina is a team that comes at you in waves. They really do. But they haven't been able to break the ice long into the playoffs. They're a team that many people believe should get to the Stanley Cup final and win it. They haven't been able to do that. However, I'll take you back to Tampa Bay before they won back-to-back championships. They were getting close all the time. Every time the hype was big, they lost. They got swept by Columbus in the first round of a 1-8 series. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that can happen along the way. But Tampa finally broke through. I think Carolina could be that team. I also think Buffalo, because they haven't been through this before, could find themselves on the wrong end of a first-round upset, even though they've been spectacular. Who would you rather play? If you're the Penguins, I'm going to give you 3 choices. Now 4. So if you're the Penguins, and I'm assuming they could hold on to second place if it's a home matchup against one of these 2 division teams, Columbus or the Islanders, and they get home ice. Or let's say they drop into a wild card. Then you're going to get either Buffalo, Tampa, or Carolina. That's the option I do not want. I think all those matchups are tough for them. Not that they can't survive, but I would rather have home against Columbus or the Islanders. And of those 2 matchups, which do you like better? Me personally, I like the Islanders. I think Columbus is playing too well. I think they got some really good players on that team that no one really knows about. It'll come down to goaltending. It always does. We'll see how that goes. But today, a big 2 points on the line as the Winnipeg Jets are in town. 412-928-9370. Real quick, back to the NCAA as we get ready to take a break here. But again, phone line's open until 1 o'clock today. We saw something that hasn't happened all that often, and that our number 9 seeds win every game against the number 8 seeds. I think only 6 times I saw on a graphic that CBS put up, only 6 times all time has that ever happened. But there were some really good matchups there, and TCU was one of them. Jamie Dixon built up a big lead over number 8 Ohio State, only to see Ohio State come back, and then they win it at the end. TCU moves on, and they have Duke today, and I wonder about that matchup with Jamie Dixon. He's had history at Pitt against Duke. It's a different kind of team he has down there. They shoot a lot. They run a lot. They do a lot more things than they've done here in Pittsburgh when he was here. So that's the first time that's ever happened. And then you saw that Kentucky-Santa Clara game where Owe hits the three-pointer. Again, I thought Herm Sendek got an opportunity to call a timeout there. He wanted to reset and make sure everyone knew what was going on there. They could have afforded a foul in the backcourt, but it never got called. Who's to blame there? The officials should be looking for that, I would imagine. There was an official nearby and never got called. So now Kentucky survived. They'll go up against Iowa State. And Iowa State's a team I like going far. Do you have a Final Four, Matt? Did you go through that whole process?
Yes, my Final Four is Florida, Duke, Virginia, and Gonzaga.
I have Gonzaga in there. I also have Iowa State. But I think Michigan State is the team that I look to because Tom Izzo always has a way of putting his teams in position to win.
I guess he's Sweet 16 or Elite 8, definitely, out of Tom Izzo again this year.
Well, they're good. They were good, and they beat Michigan at the end of the year. Michigan's a team that might be having some hard times in this. We'll see. They got an interesting matchup today as well. We'll break it all down, take your calls. Again, what do you think about the Pirates' win totals? Connor Griffin, should he be here or not? Penguins. Very big weekend. How many points necessary? They got 6 out of 10 on a trip that featured no Crosby largely and no Malkin largely. Very impressive for them to do that. We'll talk about that, NCAA. Anything else is fine by me at 412-928-9370. Also fine by me, West Shore Home, because they're bringing you huge savings on your bathroom remodel with their Spring Into Savings promotion. You'll get free installation on your bathroom remodel and save an extra $500 just for being a fan of our program here. Free home consultation. Do it now at westshorehome.com/fan. West Shore Home makes bathroom remodeling fast and easy, from your free consultation to the professional installation that's completed by their teams of highly trained employee installers. They got your back from start to finish. And if you always thought tile was the only way to get a truly luxurious bathroom, well, West Shore Home is about to change your mind. Their modern composite wall systems give you that high-end tile look without the grout, without the cracking, without the maintenance headaches that come with that. Available in 6 distinct colors with a UV protective finish that keeps those things looking sharp for years. This, ladies and gentlemen, is affordable luxury, and you can afford it. Don't wait. Visit westshorehome.com/fan to schedule your free consultation and lock in those savings today. It's West Shore Home. See the website for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist. I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union continues to grow. They're proud to announce their newest location on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and become one of the nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians who are part of the family. Visit AllegiantFCU.org today. From rivalry games to championship glory, Steel City Hoops covers it all. See the highlights, track the standings, and catch the stories behind the teams. If it happens on the high school hardwood, you'll find it at steelcityhoops.org. 2 Men and a Junk Truck is Pittsburgh's top choice for haul-away services. From single, bulky items to whole house cleanouts, let their trained men do the heavy lifting and give you the space you deserve. Book same day or next day at 2menandajuncktruck.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Ready to upgrade the windows and doors in your home? Now is your chance to win $5,000 towards your purchase at 84 Lumber's brand new Anderson Windows and Doors showroom in Mount Lebanon. Mark your calendar. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road on April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to view Anderson's full product line and enter for your chance to win $5,000 towards your windows and doors. For more information, visit 84lumber.com and follow along on Facebook.
Looking for insurance you can trust? At Neophis Insurance Group, they're proud to partner with Nationwide Insurance to bring you dependable coverage backed by one of the most recognized names in the industry. From auto and home to business protection, their team works with you to find the right policy for your needs and your budget. Call Neophis Insurance Group today and experience the confidence of coverage powered by Nationwide. 412-364-3388 or online at neophisinsurance.com.
It's time to play. Make your downtime fun time on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app. Right now, new casino users get 250 bonus spins on the hot online slot game Gold Trio Leprechauns Lock, plus up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Play real casino games for real money and bet on all your favorite sports right on your phone. The BetParx online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win. Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania. New users only. BetParx.com has T's and C's. Casino bonus must be wagered. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLE.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Matt Harkins with your fan headlines. Coming off their first victory of 2026 last week against Loudoun United, the Riverhounds travel to Tampa Bay to take on the Rowdies tonight at 7:30. You can watch the game on Sportsnet Pittsburgh. March Madness continues this afternoon as the round of 32 begins in the men's tournament at 12:10 on CBS as 9th-seeded St. Louis takes on 1-seed Michigan. And the round of 64 continues in the women's tournament as today's action begins with 14th-seed Howard taking on 3-seed Ohio State at 11:30. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Come on. No. It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
I only paid to know.
Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
March is full of lucky days, and at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills, that means more green in your pocket. Finance a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or the 4-time Family Green Car of the Year winner, Mitsubishi Outlander PHEV, for 0% APR for 72 months. Drive with confidence. Mitsubishi's 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty and 2 years, 30,000 miles of complimentary limited maintenance both come standard on all new Mitsubishi models.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. Right now, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is dropping bonus bets into everyone's account for the tournament. Oh, yeah. All you have to do is opt in to claim your bonus. Use them on your bracket picks, money line spreads, totals, game props, or even same-game parlays. But don't wait. These bonus bets are only available for a limited time. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to learn more. FanDuel, and these are the teams I will be backing throughout the tournament. I go with sleepers. I don't go with favorites. I like a couple of SEC dark horses. Tennessee, because if their freshman sensation is healthy. Kansas, with the best player in America. Arkansas, I like the coach. And my deep sleeper is NC State. If they could put together the talent they have with an experienced coach, they could come out of nowhere and do damage. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Bonus issued is now drawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $500 unless otherwise otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thorne Dickerson here for PJ Fitzpatrick. Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Don't wait. Visit trustpj.com today.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Covering Pittsburgh sports like only he can.
Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's a big hockey weekend in Pittsburgh. Back-to-back games in the afternoon. Today at 1 o'clock, Winnipeg visits the Penguins. A lot of action going on, a lot of headbanging in the next few days. And then tomorrow, it's Carolina back in town. The Penguins will have played them now 3 times in about a week and a half. They went twice to Carolina, bookends of that long trip, and they forced both games into overtime, but lost both of those games. The one thing the Penguins have in their favor, if there is a tie, and it looks like we're headed maybe to that because there's so many teams logjammed at the same amount of points, is the Penguins have tiebreakers over Columbus and the Islanders when it comes to regulation wins. 412-928-9370. Get some hockey calls in here. Let's begin with Rich in Forest Hills. Hello, Rich. How are you?
Hey, Bobby. Good Saturday to you. How are you doing today?
Doing great. How about you?
Great. Just a couple of things. Usually rant about the Pirates, but I'm neutral on them this year. I actually think
that means your optimism level is going higher. You now believe a little bit more, don't you?
Well, there was no reason to believe prior to this, and I think my comments have stood the test of time. So we'll see where they go. I still think they're a little thin on the pitching. Don't agree with the top 5 staff. You still got to get meaningful innings for 162 games if you're going to be in the race, and I think that's maybe their vulnerability. But with respect to the Penguins, speaking of vulnerabilities, they've been vulnerable to the NHL's overtime format in the regular season. That's a distinct negative for them. I don't think anybody's going to say otherwise. But that, I think, may turn into a positive for them in the postseason. Their grit and determination and their ability to roll 4 lines gives them an edge, I think. So overtime could go from an Achilles heel to a potential positive, and I just wondered what your thoughts were there.
Well, yeah, I think for sure. I mean, if you look at their 5-on-5 play, it's really been good. I think the fact that they do believe in what they're doing there, and Dan Muse has not changed, and I respect this part of it. He has ridden with Ben Kindle all year. Even though there was an 18-game drought, he did not shy away from putting him out there, even in big-time situations. His belief in that kid has helped him a lot. 4 lines, when Lazat's back, they'll have, going into the playoffs, I think the best 4th line, or at least one of them in hockey. And you know how important those bottom 2 lines are. And the thing that's been, it's not been as good a start, but their power play and penalty killing when healthy, all those things, I think, are strengths for Penguins. If you look at their recent playoff odds here, they have an 89% chance of getting to the playoffs, whereas Columbus is 82%. The Islanders have dropped down to 45% because of their losses recently. Now, that can all change, as these things often do. But I think the Penguins are a team that if they get in, I'll say this, they can make it hard on any team they play. I really believe that, no matter who it is.
I think they can be competitive against anybody. But to the point of your percentage thing, I mean, it depends on the site you look at. Money Puck has them at 79% today. So there's a lot of variability. Their strength of schedule works a little bit against them. Boston's got a more difficult strength of schedule to finish up the season. But, I think if they're able to, I mean, it may take 100 points, too. In the past, that number was 94, 95.
Right.
So I wouldn't want to bet that they're going to get in. Should they get in, though, I'm not going to bet against them, because I think if you look to my original point, if you eliminate the overtime from their play and you just look at percentage exclusive of the overtime games, they are a very, very competitive team. And then the last point I wanted to make, you'd mentioned about moving on from Carlson. I don't see how they can do that. I think.
Well, my point, Rich, my point there is simply his profile, his stock has risen. And if they were ever, look at what they did with Jari. They waited, started him all season long, put up good numbers, stock increased, they got a nice trade in return. I'm not suggesting they do it. This Carlson's version is terrific. If he could play like this is Paul Coffey vintage sort of play, and we haven't seen that, quite frankly, in a while. When Zuboff was here, he was similar to that, I thought, when he was at his game. But I'm just saying the stock has gone up, which means offers may go up as well.
Even if he was an average right-handed defenseman on this team, they couldn't afford to move on from him because Letang is such an albatross right now. I think, if I had my way, I would want them to buy out Letang. And I know that sounds cruel and heartless, but they just don't have any depth. They almost have to keep Letang for the same reason. They just don't have any defensive depth in their organization. I don't think Kyle Dubas has a track record for going out and signing defensemen on the free agent market. He's been pretty shrewd finding unappreciated players, and I just don't know that I would rely on free agent market to deliver me a defenseman to replace Carlson or Letang, for that matter.
Unless you get another defenseman back, a younger. I'm not suggesting this, by the way, Rich. I am just bringing it up as a talking point. Because I think there are a lot of, you can make a case here for Mantha coming back. He's in a kind of a prove it situation, and he's proven it. Now, I don't like long-term 31-year-old contracts, guys in their 30s, because they have a lot of them. But he's played such a big role on that team. I don't see his play dropping off for the next couple of years based on what I've seen. And the question is, how much money would you have? And he's going to obviously have some big takers out there, I would imagine.
So the question becomes, are you rebuilding next year, or are you competing? And I think they've been able to do both this year, and I think the amount of money that they have in the cap really helps them in this off season. But this could be Crosby's last season. It could be Malkin's last season. It should be Letang's last season. So they, to your point about Carlson, it's got to be considered. If you get a boatload back for the guy, realizing next year you're going to lose your you're going to lose the core, as they like to call it. Then you're actually building for the following year when you should be as nasty as Buffalo is now.
All right, Rich, appreciate those thoughts as always. Thank you for calling and talking some hockey with me here at 412-928-9370. A lot of things. The other issue you can bring up if you want to is Stuart Skinner. He's a free agent at the end of this year. He seems to like it here. He's been playing well here. Everyone in that locker room seems to respond to him. He's only 27 years old. And I'm saying that because people tend to think he's been around a long time, which he has. He's been to 2 finals. I think that gives him a sense of calm amid the chaos, which you've seen in the last couple of games he's played. He's had to come up big at big times. You can look at goalie, save percentages and goals against all you want. And oftentimes that's how we come to the conclusion. But if you just looked at the box score from Carolina the other night, you would have said, man, Skinner gave up 5 goals. They can't give up 5 goals. Okay, fine. But he also made huge saves at big times, Matt. He did. And to me, that can't go unnoticed. I thought they had some breakdowns in front of him that allowed Carolina, and give Carolina credit, they lost the night before, and Columbus had to come back home while the Penguins waited on them, and they played very well. But you know what I'm saying? It's when you make those saves that count.
Yeah, I feel like Skinner as a backup to Miroshov maybe next year.
I think Sheila. This is the big question here. Sheilov's is here. I like what he's 24, and I think he showed, even though he wasn't as good, he couldn't beat out a couple of guys in Vancouver. But when he was in the AHL finals, he really was outstanding. And I think what we've seen from him, and I think this rotation has helped him, and certainly the guidance, I'm sure, from Skinner has helped him. But these are 2 guys you can make a case you could roll with next year as well. But again, the free agent situation with Skinner will dictate what happens and what they plan on doing, because you got to make room for Miroshov at one point. I know a lot of people thought we might see him by the end of the year, and if there's an injury, you might. But I don't think they're going to upset this rotation right now at all.
It's just funny what a difference a year makes with the goalie conversation.
No question. But they played it right, and they got a lot in that return. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. Love to hear from you on the Penguins, taking on the Jets today, and then tomorrow with Carolina. And as I said, as that's happening, Columbus has a game at home tonight against Seattle, and then they go to the island tomorrow to take on the New York Islanders. So this weekend, we'll tell you a little bit more about where this is all headed. But I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 teams are within 3 points of one another here in the Eastern Conference. Now think about that. You're talking about winning divisions, positioning in your division, whether you're 2 or 3, and then wild cards. You have all these teams still very much available. And one team that could be a pain in the neck, and they were for the Islanders the other night, was Ottawa. Montreal, they need to win tonight. The Islanders have them. What will happen there, and how will it affect what happens with the Penguins? A lot of good stuff going on. Let's go out to Ryan in New Jersey, who joins us on the Fan Hotline. Ryan, how are you?
Bob, sidebar first. So when did you start at KDKA? When was your first year reporting for that
1982.
Okay, because every time I watched it again the other day, I had some time to kill in between meetings. And every time I watched the 30 for 30 Elway to Marino, and October 20th, 1983, a very young Bob Pompiani was your clip was on there covering the Gabe Rivera car crash.
Yes.
You knew this? Okay.
No, I remember because they contacted me because at the time they didn't have anyone there for ESPN to cover it, obviously, and they needed somebody. They called me, and I went out that night, and I saw a lot of what I saw, and I had to file something for them so they knew, and it affected that draft, obviously, and affected what happened with the Steelers because they passed on Marino. They took Gabe Rivera. Since that time, I had a good relationship with Gabe. I saw all his ups and downs. I made 2 trips down there to Texas to do interviews with him before he unfortunately and sadly died. But that was how things can change, and that's a lesson I give to a lot of people.
You were a very young buck on that clip, and what I love about that's a great. If anybody likes sports documentaries, which I'm a fiend for, that one's great. The whole thing. It's mostly about Elway and Marino, but it's everybody else. Todd Blackledge, Kel Bryant, and everybody else that was in that draft. And the best is Art Rooney Jr. saying, "I'm afraid when I get to the pearly gates, my dad's going to say you should have taken Marino." It's the first thing he's going to say to him. So, anyway, this hockey weekend. I didn't realize, I guess, and I think I saw it. You might have even put it out. So all 3 of these teams have back-to-backs today and tomorrow.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Which is so the Pens could solidify their position and be really like in almost at this point, or they could fall into a precarious position. I like their chances this weekend. I like them to beat Carolina, and the reason being is I don't know about Peg today, but Carolina tomorrow. Carolina, and I hate to do this because it sounds so homer. Carolina was taking dives left and right that game the other night. And I usually don't care about such things because it's just part of the game. But they were diving. I think Crosby took a penalty on a dive. Like they were just flopping left and right. And I can't stand Rod Brindamore back there carrying on or whatever. I think they're going to be charged up. I think they're going to be out for blood. Well, not blood literally, because we don't need more of that. But I think they're going to be. I think they're going to steamroll them. I just have a feeling tomorrow. But with Seabus and the Isles playing tomorrow, this is a huge weekend for them. They're in such a good position. What a fun team to watch. What an exciting team to watch, especially since a lot of this overtime nonsense goes away in the playoffs. But, at the same time, 100 points to get like a wild card is just insane. I think they missed a couple years back. They got eliminated when Jari came back and laid an egg against Chicago at home. The Blackhawks were terrible, and they were tanking. I think that they had like 91 or 92 and missed by a point. So that just goes to show you how much the bar is raised, because Western hockey guys say the East sucks. Well, the West sucks because the Eastern Conference teams all have between 75, except for the Rangers and the Rangers, 75 and like 90 points right now, and it's because they got to be beating the Western teams because they can't all lose to each other. So this is really insane hockey, and it's
really
fun
is.
To watch.
And it's going to go right down to even whatever happens this weekend. Yeah, it will impact, but they still have a lot of games and head-to-head meetings coming up.
They do.
So it's going to go right down to the end of the season.
Yeah, I think I'm going to pay the ransom and go to D.C. on April the 12th.
They have, the Penguins have a weird ending to their season against St. Louis and all things. It's like
they do. They have a weird ending to. Yeah, they have Washington back-to-back, I think, in the last week, and home and home, I think. And April 12th, I have friends who are Caps fans, season ticket holders. They sent out their promotional material yesterday. There's no Ovechkin in it for next year. And so it's been leaked and often cited in that circle that he is done. He's out, his contract is up, which means they could overpay to bring him back next year for to fill seats. But he may be done. So I saw April 12th, 3:00 in D.C. I think I'm going because it's a short trip for me, and that could be the last the last butting of the three heads down there on the ice in Washington. And it's worth it, I hope.
Ryan, thank you for the call. I think it will be worth it, and hopefully the Penguins by then will have something clinched, although you don't want to go too far after that. One more call before we go to break, Matt, and we have Dan, who's in Moon Township. Hello, Dan. How are you?
Hello.
Go
this
ahead.
is actually Dave.
Oh, hi, Dave. Sorry about that. What's going on, Dave?
But I'm calling from Cleveland.
Oh, you're at the Penn State Wrestling Championship, aren't you?
That's right, and they just clinched their 13th national championship in 15 years, and I think.
How many in a row? They had one interruption. There was a midway through, 5, 6 in a row.
Yeah, they had a couple. Yeah, I can't remember how many in a row, but this is in modern day sports. This is greater than Nick Saban in Alabama football. It's greater than John Wooden in UCLA basketball. And the other thing I wanted to mention is the last time Pitt won a national championship in any sport was 1976 with the football team. Since 1976, Penn State has won 26 national championships in various sports. So that's why we refer to Pitt as little brother.
Well, I mean, some of these other sports have really improved under Pitt, I mean, the volleyball team is elite.
They have won national championship.
I understand that. What I'm saying to you is I appreciate what K.L. Sanderson has done. I think that guy is a legend in what he's been able to do.
Fantastic.
I don't even what do they pay him, by the way? What is it?
I don't know. I don't know. It's obviously nowhere near what Matt Campbell's getting, but not enough. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, that's a factory. There's no other way to describe it, and congrats to them. I appreciate you calling and let us know, but I was watching that yesterday a little bit, scanning around, and I said to myself, it's almost as if Penn State could write into their schedule a championship appearance and normally a championship win. That's how they do things up there. That is an elite program, no doubt. 412-928-9370. We will come back with more up until 1 o'clock. Call us, air your opinions. The Riverhounds in action tonight at Tampa Bay Rowdies. Riverhounds are the defending champions. They'll be home next week for their home opener. And they also have a U.S. Open rainout date coming up, I think, this Wednesday night at Highmark Stadium. So there's a lot going on. We'll get into more of the basketball, the Pirates. I want to hear some Pirate predictions. What do you think about them? Who's going to be their MVP? I have my thoughts. I want to hear yours at 412-928-9370. It's the Bob Pompiani Show with Matt Harkins driving the bus right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At ramofpittsburgh.com, it's Ram Truck Month. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. No games, it's as easy as that. Visit ramofpittsburgh.com for all the details. We truly are Pittsburgh's Ram store.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Malsey here, and I keep coming back to a conversation I had with Paige over at Awaken 180. And I had asked her if the new weight loss meds were affecting business, and I figured she'd say it slowed down. Nope. She tells me they've got people coming in while they're on the meds, and I'm like, wait, what? She goes, yeah, either they don't feel good, they want to speed their weight loss up, or their results stalled. And honestly, that tracks. I've got a buddy who was on one, and it took 6 months to lose 25 pounds, which is okay, but when you're doing everything right, weight loss is slow, and you don't feel healthy, it gets frustrating. Here's the point. Even if appetite goes down, you still need a plan. You need the right foods for you, and you need someone who knows what to do when the scale hits pause. That's what Awaken 180 brings, whether you're on meds or not. I lost my 35 pounds in just 6 weeks with Awaken 180, but more importantly, I felt great in the process. I still feel great today, thanks to free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. we don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Matt Harker, Cedar Fan Headlines. The Pirates wrap up spring training action with 3 more games at Lecom Park in Bradenton. You can listen to the game today against the Toronto Blue Jays beginning at 1 here on The Fan. Opening day is 5 days away when they travel to New York to take on the Mets on Thursday. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. When I say number one Cochrane knows ball, I'm not kidding. Their annual Slam Dunk Offers event has returned to Audi Pittsburgh and Audi Washington. Get up to $40 per month toward your payments when you lease or purchase a new vehicle. Pick from our elite Audi lineup and roll with your favorite lease or finance special, like the all-new Q3 SUV, redesigned for 2026. Score your Slam Dunk offer now at Audi Pittsburgh or Audi Washington. Online at AudiPittsburgh.com and AudiWashington.com. Offer applied as a $1,000 dealer allowance toward MSRP, not redeemable for cash. Example vehicle, 2025 Audi Q7 with MSRP $76,350. Zero down payment required. New in stock only while supplies last. Tax, title, plate, license, and dock fee extra. May not stack with other offers. Ends 3/31/26.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
In the 70s, a poet named Bob Pompiani took the movers and shakers of the sports world all around the world.
Back with more of the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
412-928-9370 is the number to call if you'd like to get involved. Talking about a lot of things today. My friend Penguins Jesus just put up something that's interesting. Brian Rust will play in his 700th game today, placing him 9th all-time in Penguins history. And for reference on that, Jaromir Jagr played 806 and Mario 915. It seemed like Jagr was not around as long as he might have been or should have been, but that's still a lot of games in a Penguin uniform. At 806, Rust has 700 today on a Chris Letang bobblehead day over at Acrisure, at PPG Paints Arena. If it were at Acrisure, they'd probably sell that out too, the way they're going. Maybe so. But the Penguins are taking on the Winnipeg Jets today. Want to hear from you about all these things. Want to get back to the NCAA tournament just for a moment because there are some really interesting games here today. And we'll start with the one that I think is going to be very interesting of all of them, and that's number 9 St. Louis against number 1 Michigan. We saw St. Louis absolutely crunch Georgia the other night. Not many people thought that would happen. That was one of the 9s versus 8s, and all 9s beat all 8s, 4 of them in the first 2 days. St. Louis has this kid named Robbie Avila, and he is just unusual in that he can't really jump all that much. He's a big guy, 6'10". He was their conference player of the year. What an elite passer he is. He certainly scores too, but that St. Louis team will make you really, step up defensively because they come at you with fundamental basketball. They got a lot of 2-point shots in that game just by, backdoor screens, backdoor plays, pick and rolls, just beautiful vision out there. And he's the one guy, Avila, who does that. Robbie Avila. Just remember that name if you're watching that game today. It's on at 12:10. Then later we have Michigan State, which is my team to win it all, actually. I went into the 3 seed to get one. They're taking on number 6 Louisville. I expect them to win that game. Another 9 seed, TCU, against Duke today. That's 5:15. So TCU and Jamie Dixon beat Ohio State in round 1. He's had a really good year. And Duke is a team that he's had history against, of course, way back. With regard to Pitt versus Duke, and things have changed. John Shire is doing a really good job with Duke, although they barely survived, the other day against Siena. So that one's at 5:15. And then today at 6, you have Texas A&M and number 2 Houston. And Houston's a team that I think, they have what it takes to win the whole thing. But they also can be beat. Arizona had their number late in the year, and Arizona's a team that probably is most logically looked at as the team that could survive everything here. Tonight you have number 11 Texas and Sean Miller. They had to play a play-in game, which they won, and they won their first round game as well, and now they're taking on Gonzaga. Gonzaga's the 3 seed. Sean Miller could go on a run here as an 11 seed. I look forward to that team playing today. We'll see what they can do. And the other 11 seed that survived was VCU. They will take on number 3 Illinois. So those are all the matchups you got today. And I'm telling you, it's going to be interesting to see some of these matchups as they play out. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. We're going to take a break here, get a headline coming up at the top of the hour. We have a shift change coming up. We have 4. No, we don't. Oh, he's coming in. Okay. Logan Arblaster's coming in a little bit later. He's got double duty tonight. Is that what it is? Okay. So Maddie will stay here. A little later, we'll have that line switch for you. 412-928-9370 is the number. Call us about the Penguins. Your thoughts about their chances moving down the line here. They have 16 games left, 2 of them this weekend, back-to-back home games against the Jets and the Carolina Panthers, while the Islanders and Columbus will battle tomorrow head-to-head after they play today in separate games. The Islanders, Montreal, Seattle at Columbus. It's all coming up right here on the Bob Pompiani Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I want to tell you about the weather before we go, and the weather's going to be, it's like Kennywood weather. It's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track for you. So today, cloudy. You're going to have a mix of sun and clouds. High of 59. Tomorrow, then it jumps up on weather steroids as it gets up to 81 degrees. But with that comes another possibility of severe thunderstorms. Anytime you go from 59 to 81, you're going to have that. And then on Monday, it returns back into the 50s or even 40s. Up and down weather. That's March. That's what we got here. Fan weather. All right, we'll take a break. Come back with a headline and more of your calls. 412-928-9370. Check us out on X if you'd like to follow there on the YouTube page. Always good ways to get in touch with us as we continue with the Bob Pompiani Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
So we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding March lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $389 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $249 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These March lease offers end March 31st, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and drive into spring in a brand new Kia.
It's time to play. Make your downtime fun time on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app. Right now, new casino users get 250 bonus spins on the hot online slot game Gold Trio Leprechaun's Luck, plus up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Play real casino games for real money and bet on all your favorite sports right on your phone. The BetParx online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win. Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania. New users only. BetParx.com has T's and C's. Casino bonus must be wagered. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLE.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
Taxes was waiting on the refund you needed yesterday.
All right, your car repair is going to run about $3,000.
Ugh.
Now Taxes is getting back on the road with TurboTax and Credit Karma, where you can get your refund up to 5 days faster and get personalized guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Deposit a federal refund into Credit Karma Money account and early submission of refund data by IRS required. Terms apply. Banking services provided by MVB Bank, Inc. Member FD.
One-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Matt Harkins with your fan headlines. After their second OT loss to Carolina on this past road trip Wednesday, the Penguins are back home at PPG Paints Arena this afternoon as they host the Winnipeg Jets at 1. The Penguins are currently in second place in the Metropolitan Division, 1 point ahead of the Blue Jackets and Islanders. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cockroach, Shederovich and Fishman, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
March Madness hits where you want it to hit here in the weekend. Big-time games coming up. A lot of great matchups after the first two rounds. A lot of people out there are asking the question, is Cinderella dead because of the NIL and because of transfer portal? Well, a lot of people seem to think yes, because of the disparity with the money spent. However, if you look at some of the closeness of the games of these first 2 days, I think it's not dead. It's not. I mean, Siena almost wore that glass slipper against number 1 Duke. I see Kentucky needed a buzzer beater to force overtime before they could, do away with Santa Clara. Teams are still making it competitive. I know there were your usual amount of blowouts, but that typically is the case. I don't think Cinderella's dead at all. 412-928-9370. Welcome to the second hour of the program. Bob Pompiani with you until 1 o'clock, and we have Pirate Baseball coming up. They're going to play today and tomorrow, and then they head to New York on Monday night, and the season will be here. Paul Skeens opens up against the Mets, and that'll be an interesting assignment as the Mets have added a lot of good players to their season heading into this season, in the offseason. It was a very active one for them. We'll see how it goes for the Pirates, but I think I'm asking for win totals. I think in the mid-80s seems reasonable to me, and that should be hopefully in a position for them to get a wild card. I don't know that they can win the division with the Cubs adding on as much as they did, but you never know how it's going to go with injuries and everything else. 412-928-9370. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the Fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call us with your opinions. It's a big hockey weekend. People are outside of PPG Paints Arena right now, lined up. There's a bobblehead promotion. It's Chris Letang's bobblehead as the Jets are in town taking on the Penguins. Jets have been a big disappointment given where I think people thought they could be. Connor Hellebuck has been really off his game, I think, in the second half of the season after the Olympics. I don't know if it's just a hangover from then. He was so good in the Olympic run-up for a USA gold medal, but he's not been that good, but he's still capable of winning a game all by himself. And the Penguins have got to get these 2 points today. These are one of those games at home you got to win, can't lose, or just get a point because of an overtime loss again, which is becoming too familiar with them. And then tomorrow they have the Carolina Hurricanes, and they need a little payback there. Yeah, they went to Carolina, got 2 overtime points out of that, but I think Carolina's a team that you got to watch. They come at you in waves, and the Penguins need to make sure they answer that or at least control some of what we saw in that last game because they had a lot of great chances, grade A chances, and Stuart Skinner denied them of those. We'll talk about that matchup more as we go along because I think Carolina's the one team I wouldn't want to face in the playoffs. You look at it right now, Buffalo is in the lead of the Atlantic, followed by Tampa Bay and Montreal. And those 3 teams you would think would get in, but you never know because there are a lot of teams at about 83 or 84 points. In the Metro, it's Carolina with 94 points, then the Penguins with 84, one better than Columbus at 83. Penguins and Columbus have played the same amount of games. The Islanders, because they lost to Ottawa the other day, drop all the way out of the playoffs, although they're 83 points as well, tied with Columbus. They have 1 game more played than the Penguins and Columbus. So the Islanders have a tough weekend as well. They play Montreal tonight, and that's a big game for both teams. Montreal obviously is in third place. They want to retain that with Boston and Detroit breathing on their necks. And then the Islanders return home against Columbus tomorrow night. So Penguins, if they can get 4 points this weekend, could see a little bit of separation there in those standings. Another question I asked and wanted to get some feedback on this is goalie rotation. Although it's been very good for the Penguins heading into this season, what they've done with Sheloff and Skinner, I think Dan Muse has believed in both, and he doesn't shy away from this rotation. It's served them well. But when you get into a playoff situation, do you really want a goalie rotation? I think not. I think it's better to ride one guy, knowing that the other guy's perfectly capable. If you want to pull somebody, that's fine. But if you get a guy like, for example, Skinner goes in the first game and they win against, hypothetically, Columbus 4-1, he is outstanding. You come back with him in game 2, don't you? You don't want to start flip-flopping just because the rotation says so. Also, heading into this offseason, the question will be, do the Penguins continue to try to rebuild while they try to contend? It's hard to do, but, Kyle Dubas has done that pretty much this season. He's done that. He shied away from a trade of Erik Karlsson. There was a popular conversation in town about trading Karlsson. He makes $11 million a year. He hasn't been worth that the last 2 years, but under Dan Muse, he has been outstanding. And I don't think there's a defenseman who's had a better week and a half or 2 weeks or since the Olympic break than Erik Karlsson. He has been on fire. He was so the other night. He's up there in top point producers, and that includes forwards since the Olympic break. So what do you do with him in the offseason? His stock is high. Teams may want him. He still has a lot of hockey in his future, even though he's in mid-30s. They keep him around? Do they extend Erik Karlsson? Would he be interested in that? Or would you say, okay, I'm getting offers I can't refuse, and I may have to move him? That's what I'm talking about with hybrid winning versus rebuilding, or at least retooling. The Penguins, and I give Dubas a lot of credit for this, they have put together a team that's not just older, because you have guys like Letang and Crosby and Malkin and Karlsson, but they also have some young guys who have played prominent roles. Ben Kindle at age 18. I give Muse so much credit for this because he's never shied away from Ben Kindle. He went through that 18-game stretch where he didn't score a goal. Now, a lot of coaches would have said, well, he's 18, he's hit a wall, we're not going to play him. Not at all. I mean, he played just about every game, and he's now come back, had a couple of big games. He got the tying goal, the one in Carolina. He should have scored on a breakaway in overtime, but there was I thought a missed call by the officials on that play. But he's got 17 goals at age 18, and he continues to play a big role for this team. Artur Shilovs is only 24. I said earlier the Skinner's 27. That's still young by hockey definitions. They brought in Igor Chinikov. He's 25 years of age. If you look at some of the other guys in their system, Murashov, of course, is in the focal point. He's 21. Don't forget about Joe Blomqvist, because he's only 24, another good goalie who's had a good year. They haven't gotten the results from Rutger McGroarty so far, but he's another guy who they have high hopes for. And you know about Harrison Brunick, almost made the roster this year at age 19. He'll be part of it, as were the two other number one picks, Will Horkoff and Billy Zonin. Both those guys are 19. Horkoff has been outstanding at the University of Michigan. So there are a lot of good things going on for the Pittsburgh Penguins, who have somehow fused together rebuilding with contending. And if they get into the playoffs, I think that's going to be huge for them. You know why? Because every team needs to go through this. They really do. If they go through it, they learn. One of the reasons why I'm not going to pick Buffalo to go far in this playoffs, even though I like their team, is because they haven't been through. A lot of guys on their team have not been through this. They need to get through this in order to understand it. The Penguins went through it. Young Crosby, Malkin, and Letang era, they had to go through some painful losses. And then they finally figured it out and beat Detroit the second time they played them. You know, that kind of stuff helps you. Buffalo hasn't been through that. Tampa went through that, where they lost a couple of, years where people predicted them to win. And guess what happened? They ultimately did win. And then you have a team like Buffalo, as I said, hasn't gone through this stuff. You have to go through it, I think, before you understand how big the stage can get. And the Penguins, it would help them if they go through it. A lot of these guys will go through it and be better because of it. 412-928-9370. We're talking a lot about that as we move along. Also, talking about the Pirates. I have not heard anyone tell us about a win total other than Ryan in New Jersey, who thinks it's going to be in the mid-80s. Right now in Vegas, it's 78.5 points or wins. I think the Pirates will go over that. I really do. I think they have a team that if they just average one run per game more, you can see a lot of the close calls they had, and they had a lot of one-run losses last year, Matt. And those one-run losses could turn into one-run wins. And I think with Ozuna, with Ryan O'Hearn, with Brandon Lau, those guys, in addition to Cruz and Reynolds, could make a big difference in terms of run production, which can help guys like Paul Skeens, who was the victim of a lack of run support.
Skeens and Keller, they both had a lot of tough luck losses last year because they pitched well a majority of the season.
So if I had to ask you for a Pirate MVP, somebody who you need to see step up and be their MVP, a lot of me thinks O'Neal Cruz is that guy, that he is just now hitting. I saw him in the World Baseball Classic hit some really amazing shots. He had, I think, 19 or 20 home runs last year. He had close to 40 stolen bases, and that was considered a down year. What is a good year for him? Can he achieve it this year?
Do you think he can do 30 home runs, 30 steals?
I do.
I think he can, yeah.
I think this lineup will make him better, too, with better bats around him.
I think this lineup will make Brian Reynolds better, too, and not put so much pressure on himself to do something.
And I think Brian Reynolds has to be one of the guys who steps up as well. I really do. He's an up-and-down, streaky kind of hitter, but they need the streak to be good if they're going to have success this year. Catching situation is going to be Davis and Bart. Again, Davis doesn't have to improve dramatically, but if he can just turn in a 12 home run season with a 210 average, that would be improvement. His defensive skills have blossomed. Can he blossom at the plate offensively this year? I mean, that's one of the questions they're going to be asking. Joey Bart also downturn in power. He needed to get back to where he was. There are a lot of guys who did not have good years last year. If the Pirates could somehow put together those guys stepping up along with the new additions, I think you're going to see some success here. At 412-928-9370. The NCAA tournament is underway. We're watching here in the studio a couple of games. One of them is St. Louis and Michigan, the 9-seed Billikens against the 1-seeded Wolverines. And right now, St. Louis has the early lead at 10-7. Robbie Avila is a really good player for them, the bespectacled one. He's a really good player. I watch him, and I'm just shocked how he passes them. He reminds me, not to this degree yet, of the Joker in the NBA, how his vision of the court, you know what I mean? He can find a pass that you didn't think was possible, and yet he makes it.
I think that was one of his nicknames. I think it was a segment on Selection Sunday where he ranked his nicknames.
And he just taken a three. He could hit those, and he missed this one. But he can take those threes and make them. He doesn't get off the floor very much. He doesn't have to. 412-928-9370, the number to call. But give me your take on the Pirates and what you think might happen there with their win total and who should step up this year. It's been a decade since we saw this, and hopefully this will be a successful season. What to you, Maddie, would constitute a successful season? To me, it has to be a playoff appearance and a playoff wild card win. I want to see a division series.
88 wins for me, wild card. And if you get into the division series, it's a very successful year for the Pirates.
Yeah, a lot of that going on. We'll see what happens. On the NFL front, we're still waiting to hear anything about the Steelers quarterback situation as they apparently continue to wait for Aaron Rodgers. I thought this would be done by now. Quite frankly, it's not. Coming up in the draft, I have seen the Steelers bring in guys for interviews. They've talked to Drew Aller. They talked to Ty Simpson. Who else they bring in? They brought in Carson Beck this week to talk to him.
I would like that pick.
They wouldn't be doing this if they didn't have interest, obviously. You got to cover your bases and talk to a lot of people there. But it will be fun to watch what happens there, especially if Rodgers decides not to come back. And then what they do and how much playing time will a guy like Will Howard get versus Mason Rudolph. And if they draft someone, I'm still of the belief, I'm not going to change this opinion, that I would much rather see them add on a lot of positions and then wait for next year's draft. That's just me talking about where you need a lot of things. Offensive left side of that line is in need of something. You're going to lose Sayamalu. He signs with Arizona. Broderick Jones is injured. Don't know what he's going to be like. They need people over there to make this all possible. That is, after all, the blind side for Aaron Rodgers if he does come back. And what we saw was the blind side get attacked over the course of the balance of that season against good defensive teams. A lot of interesting stuff from Pittsburgh sports. 412-928-9370. The NCAA tournament is underway. Some great matchups, as I said to you. And if you're interested, I'll just run it down. We got St. Louis right now trailing Michigan 13-10 early. Louisville, Michigan State after that one. Then it's number 9, TCU and Jamie Dixon against number 1 Duke. Texas A&M against Houston. And then two very interesting 11-3 matchups. Texas, Sean Miller, winning 2 games so far, will take on Gonzaga. And then VCU, big play for them this past week to get here against number 3 Illinois. That's all coming up later today. We'll take a break, come back with more. Call us at 412-928-9370. Would love to hear from you on these things. And Penguins, 2 big games this weekend. Your thoughts on those when the Carolina Hurricanes come to town tomorrow after Winnipeg. And then Columbus and the Islanders going head-to-head tomorrow night in Long Island. We'll get into that and Pirate Talk as well. But first, I want to remind you about West Shore Home because it's spring. You can tell by the fluctuation in temperatures. As I said earlier, you're going to go from 50 to 81 tomorrow and then back down to 40 the day after that. So you'll be thinking about doing some things to your home. You may have to because of damage, or you may just want to upgrade your home. West Shore Home is bringing you an opportunity that you can't say no to. It's huge savings on your bathroom remodel with their Spring Into Savings promotion. You'll get free installation on your bathroom remodel and save an extra $500 just for being a fan of my program here. When you schedule your free home consultation, you got to do it at westshorehome.com/fan. West Shore Home makes bathroom remodeling fast and easy, from your free consultation to that professional installation, which, by the way, is completed by their teams of highly trained employee installers. They got your back from start to finish. And if you've always thought that tile was the only way to get a truly luxurious bathroom, West Shore Home is about to change your mind. They're making you saying, not so much, because they have this modern composite wall system that gives you high-end look without the grout, without the cracking, without the maintenance headaches. They are available in 6 distinct colors with a UV protection finish that keeps things looking sharp for years to come. It's affordable luxury. It's available to you at West Shore Home. So don't wait. Visit westshorehome.com/fan. Schedule that free consultation today and see the website for more details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
A great lawn doesn't happen by accident. It takes the right expertise and the right team. That's why more homeowners trust True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green knows what it takes to make grass look like a fairway. Their local specialists analyze your lawn, build a plan, and handle the hard work with routine visits throughout the season. And it's all backed by the True Green Satisfaction Guarantee. Visit truegreen.com today to get a golf course quality lawn. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Here's reason 17. In today's new world, many law firms have had money injected into their firms by Wall Street, private equity, and other lenders. This money usually comes in at very, very high interest rates. It's one of the reasons you see so many lawyers advertising. I'm John Morgan. This money is expensive and the interest compounds quickly. These law firms can have a huge need for cash just to pay that debt. Why does it matter to you? My fear is your case is settled early and for far less than it's worth, just to service the loan that has mafia-like rates. Our financial strength is your advantage. That plus our reputation makes our firm your firm. Visit forthepeople.com to see our results and verdicts. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
For over 60 years, Neophis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance to help protect what matters most. From the car you drive every day, to the home where your family lives, to the business you've worked so hard to build, Neophis Insurance Group offers reliable coverage backed by the strength and stability of Nationwide. With local service and trusted protection, they're here when you need them most. Contact Neophis Insurance Group today and see how their experience can help protect your future. 412-364-3388 or neophisinsurance.com.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm at Harker Cedar fan headlines. The Pirates wrap up spring training action with 3 more games at Lecom Park in Bradenton. You can listen to the game today against the Toronto Blue Jays beginning at 1 here on the Fan. Opening day is 5 days away when they travel to New York to take on the Mets on Thursday. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 97thefan.com.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Come on, Taylor, inform us. During the Jeep of Pittsburgh's Declaration of Deals sales event, what's your difference?
Bob, we keep it really simple. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're gonna beat it. Within minutes. No waiting, no games. It's as easy as that.
And if you can't?
We haven't run into that problem yet.
Get to Fournier's Jeep of Pittsburgh at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
With Aetna, I always get a quick answer, and I don't have to search on the internet. They go above and beyond to help me with whatever I need.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a Best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when requested. We show up with access to convenient care options. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
It's time to play. Make your downtime fun time on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app. Right now, new casino users get 250 bonus spins on the hot online slot game Gold Trio Leprechaun's Luck. Plus, up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Play real casino games for real money and bet on all your favorite sports right on your phone. The BetParx online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win. Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania. New users only. BetParx.com has T's and C's. Casino bonus must be wagered. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Bob knows sports.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go crazy.
This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, we're watching some of these NCAA games. 7-0 run for St. Louis. They were down 20-12. It's now 20-19. They're going to make it tough, I think, on Michigan, the number 1 seed. They can do a lot of different things. They go to the hoop better than most, and they just took the lead at 21-20. How about that? So now they're in a situation where people are going to get excited. And Michigan, the longer this game goes on, you know how it gets. Nerves come into play. There is confusion. We saw that, by the way, in the Santa Clara game. When it gets down to rug cutting time, sometimes officials aren't even looking where they need to look. in order to make a call because Herb Zendek thought he called timeout. He was adamant that he did, then ignored it, and it would have prevented that three-point shot at the very end of that game by Kentucky that forced overtime. So you never know what's going to happen, and the pressure does mount as this game goes on. A team like St. Louis, a 9 seed, if they can keep in this game until second half inside of 10 minutes, you never really know, do you? 412-928-9370. Back to the phone lines we go. Tony is on the cell, and now he's on the fan. Hey, Tony. Oh, gee. It's Joe, and it's Austin, too. I can tell there's a Tony. You made Tony on the cell. How am I supposed to know that that's not a prank call? It looks totally legit.
Bob, it was Tony from Greensburg Pike. Remember Tony Pike?
Oh, that Tony. Gotcha, Joe. That Tony.
I knew it, Joe.
Gotcha, Joey. You didn't know that, Matt. Bob, we're on our way to Donnie's wedding. Myself and Limit.
I know you are.
Limit.
I'm disappointed that we can't make it. Lisa and I were looking forward to it, but we had a conflict on that same exact day.
Which is today. You could be driving there right now, Bob.
Oh, I wanted to see you on the dance floor, Starkey. I wanted to see what you have.
Well, I wish you all the luck in the world today, Bob. How's the show going?
It's going great. Just a lot of stuff going on, and I'm watching St. Louis take the lead over Michigan halfway through the first half of this game. That'll be interesting, some of these games. People seem to think Cinderellas are dead. I don't. I looked at all these games. I just want thrilling finishes, and all we had, there's a random blowout here and there. You expect that. But, man, we almost saw 16 beat a 1. Kentucky was on the ropes. What a great finish there. St. Louis gouged Georgia. There's a lot of good stuff going on. I don't think Cinderella's dead. I think it's going to take her a lot longer to get dressed. But other than that.
But at the same time, Bob, this is the first time I think since 2017, we've now gone back-to-back years without a 13, 14, 15, or 16 seed winning. So
he makes a good point, Bob.
Yeah, but the 16th seed took Duke. I mean, that game could have gone the other way. You don't have to win the games to be considered. I think if you make it a good game, if you want a 16 seed to go all the way to the Final Four, good luck on that. You're not going to get it.
22?
Yeah,
why are we taking 22?
The way it
22 is a straight shot. You should go 22.
We're supposed to go to the Turnpike.
Bob, I've been trying to give Joe these navigations, and he thinks the Turnpike is faster, but the maps say that the Turnpike is not faster.
No, plus you pay a toll. It's better to go 22. My experience going up there is 22 is the best way to go.
That's the way I go to Penn State, Bob.
I wanted to stop at Seven Springs and have Limits take some roller coaster rides, Bob.
Well, you're going to pass the Altoona Curve Stadium, and you'll be near it, won't you? Sometime you can make it, a little diversion there and go on the roller coaster there if you want.
Actually, I don't think he's tall enough.
Oh yeah, not tall enough to ride the rides, apparently, Bob. Not allowed to play in the reindeer games.
Bob, when's the last time you did some good old bumper cars?
Well, I mean, with grandkids, I've done it. But as far as you mean adult versus adult, I haven't done that in a long time. I mean,
Bob, who would you be most concerned about today if you were Donnie for his wedding? Who needs to be on their best behavior? Who is Donnie looking with eyes in the back of his head for?
Or who can be on their worst behavior, and I'm sure we'll have video evidence of all of this. If I'm going to give you, let's see, somebody who you'd have to watch out for, Andrew gets into parties. I would say you got to keep an eye on Andrew.
He's number one.
The elder statesman.
Yeah, I think so. Just because I've seen him let it go a little bit, and I think that could bring out, he's a workmate. I think the only thing is...
You think Pony has a tailgate going when we get there, Limits?
Jack Hillgrove supposedly is tailgating in the hotel parking lot before he can check in.
That is great. Let's go there.
Yeah, well, as far as someone I wouldn't worry about Joe Starkey. I wouldn't. I think he doesn't consume alcohol. He's kind of reserved unless there's a basketball court nearby. So I don't expect anything outrageous. See, Austin, I don't know you well enough to know what you're capable of doing.
Oh, boy. Are you worried about Harry Callis and the potential
We all are. We're all worried about Harry.
The only thing I'm worried about there is what goes on with 4 of you in a room or maybe 5 of you in a room. My goodness. That's a lot. And even though it's one night.
We won't be in that room.
I thought you were going to be in that room.
There's a Barnes & Noble here, Bob. I didn't even know they still existed.
Yeah, they still do. There's one in Robinson, too. But I
always enjoy sitting down and reading the books for free with a nice cup of hot cocoa. You?
Yeah, as long as that hot cocoa has something in it, like a little Kahlua, something else that kicks it up a little bit.
They could be reading Tales from Inside the Penguins Locker Room by Joe Starkey.
$9.99 on Amazon. They still sell it, Bob. I get the royalties every year.
That's unbelievable. It's great. You have some good tales inside that locker room. And I'm looking forward to the tale tonight, the tale of the wedding. I wish you guys safe driving. Get there and let me know how it goes.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Bob. Love you, Bob. See you Monday.
See you Monday.
Bye.
Tony from the South. That didn't make a lot of sense. Normally it's a name that, Andy from Ambridge or whatever.
Well, in the call screen on the phone.
I blame you, Matt.
It said Fred from Frederick, and I was like, this is definitely Starkey, but I was like 75% confident.
So you just let me fall into that.
I did a little bit.
As soon as I heard it, I knew what it was, but yeah.
As soon as you heard the singing, yeah.
Yeah, offbeat, no less.
The YouTube chat is worried about intern Dom tonight at the wedding.
Oh, the YouTube chat. What else do they say on the YouTube chat? I never get that in here. How do I get that so I could read some of this stuff? I don't know how. My computer
Let's go to the YouTube page in the video.
It doesn't show. I've done that. It doesn't show up to me.
Oh.
So I have to figure out.
I will come look at that for you.
Okay. Dom. Yeah, Dom is a little, he's a controversial seeker. He can go out and do some things. We'll find out based on, he's still in college, which means he still has that ability to carry on. I just hope he doesn't carry on my wayward son, because that could be damaging. 412-928-9370 is the number. Mark and Carrick, hang on. Can we get to Mark now, or do we? We'll take a break, Mark. We got to get it in here, so I'll come back and start with you in this next segment as we continue here. NCAA, it's the field of 32, and right now, Michigan and St. Louis in a good game, 28-27 Michigan, halfway through that first half. We'll be back with more right here on the Bob Pompiani Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The Fan Beer of the Month for March at Mike's is Fire Whistle Brewing's 139 Engine Red Ale. And the charity benefiting from the proceeds is YASU, Young Adult Survivors United, supporting cancer survivors and caregivers.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Ready to upgrade the windows and doors in your home? Now is your chance to win $5,000 towards your purchase at 84 Lumber's brand new Anderson Windows and Doors showroom in Mount Lebanon. Mark your calendar. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road on April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to view Anderson's full product line and enter for your chance to win $5,000 towards your windows and doors. For more information, visit 84lumber.com and follow along on Facebook.
In football, success is all about having the right team and a clear path to your destination. That's what you get with AMG Jets. AMG's private fleet of jets is ready to take you where you need to go with the safety and luxury you deserve. But today, we're focusing on a different kind of goal. AMG is sponsoring Feed the Need Radiothon to raise funds for the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Let's tackle hunger together. AMG Jets, taking you higher and helping our community soar. Visit AMGJets.com.
Plus finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Plus finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify as select units only. Offers in 3/31/26.
Hurry into Mike Hamlin Hyundai today during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe. Or receive up to $4,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. Right now, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is dropping bonus bets into everyone's account for the tournament. Oh, yeah. All you have to do is opt in to claim your bonus. Use them on your bracket picks, money line, spreads, totals, game props, or even same-game parlays. But don't wait. These bonus bets are only available for a limited time. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to learn more. FanDuel, and these are the teams I will be backing throughout the tournament. I go with sleepers. I don't go with favorites. I like a couple of SEC dark horses. Tennessee, because if their freshman sensation is healthy. Kansas, with the best player in America. Arkansas, I like the coach. And my deep sleeper is NC State. If they could put together the talent they have with an experienced coach, they could come out of nowhere and do damage. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Bonus issued is now drawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $500 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Matt Harkins with your fan headlines. After their second OT loss to Carolina on this past road trip Wednesday, the Penguins are back home at PPG Paints Arena this afternoon as they host the Winnipeg Jets at 1. The Penguins are currently in second place in the Metropolitan Division, 1 point ahead of the Blue Jackets and Islanders. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, buy one room of carpet clean for free, unlimited rooms of carpet. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and tell them 93.7 The Fan sent you. Zero Res.
When you're in Pittsburgh, you drink local. Iron City beer, brewed here since 1861. It's Iron City time, and now Iron City comes to you. Your hotel, your home, your door, delivered in as little as 60 minutes with beverages2u.com. When the world comes to Pittsburgh, we drink local. Welcome to Iron City. Delivered from Beverages, the number 2, the letter U.com. Grab the limited Iron City Draft Collector's Can. Available now at Beverages, the number 2, the letter U.com.
Panda, make this shot and everyone gets to score big savings at Spitzer. Nothing but net.
Make a fast break to Spitzer Toyota today and drive a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR5 Double Cab from a low $275 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 35,599, VIN TT 044098, RWD Model 7186, 36 months, $39.99 due at signing through TMS, plus title tax license registration, $490 doc fee, 0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 3/31/2026.
That pallet of pavers collecting dust, the beginnings of a garden, those stray fence posts. Are you haunted by half-finished projects on your land? John Deere is here to say, not anymore. Our compact tractors allow you to swap implements easily, and they're backed by the nation's largest dealer network. You always had the right idea, and with the right tools, those projects can get finished for good. Nothing runs like a Deere. Learn more at johndeere.com/compact tractors.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Don't miss the ultimate tribute to one of rock's greatest gems, Almost Queen, on Saturday, March 21st at the Palace Theater in Greensburg. They will rock you, and they will put on a show. Don't miss the ultimate tribute to Queen, featuring Almost Queen, plus special guest, Super 70s Rock Show. Saturday, March 21st, the Palace Theater. Reserve seats on sale now at palacetheater.org. Another Dresky Entertainment event.
Pittsburgh is Edgar Snyder and Associates' home. Their offices have been right here in our region for more than 40 years.
They know the streets, the people, the stories. Now random law firms are showing up, billboards up and down our streets, names you've never heard of, but they can't compete, not with Edgar Snyder and Associates, their roots, their people, or their legacy. If you need help after you've been injured in an accident, call the law firm that calls Pittsburgh home, 1-800-94-EDGAR, or visit edgarsnyder.com. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
You could file your taxes on a basic free service, which is fine. But are you okay with fine? Because when it's your money on the line, do you really want to guess if you missed a credit or hope the math is right? Get the confidence of TurboTax for free right on the Intuit Credit Karma app. Free Fed and free state for simple 1040s only. Around 37% of filers qualify. See details at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for EITC, CTC, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
Keeping it live and local.
Tell it then.
Back with more of the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
All right, we're back. Round and third heading home. We have Pirate Baseball top of the hour. They round out spring training here today. Tomorrow, head to New York on Monday. First game Thursday. Paul Skeen's on the mound. We're talking about just about everything. Let's go back to the phone lines. Mark in Carrick, as promised. Your leadoff batter in this segment. Mark, go ahead.
Well, looking forward to it. Thank you, Bob. I just want to accomplish two things in this phone call. First of all, I want to give you your flowers. Like death and taxes, you have been a comfort blanket to me for, 3 or 4 decades, especially nailing those preseason pronunciations and the seriousness you take for professionalism, and don't think that it goes unnoticed. But that's
Thanks,
the first
Mark.
thing.
I appreciate that. It makes me feel good.
So we'll get that out of the way. But second, give me your best objective argument for why Connor Griffin shouldn't be coming north as one of your best players and the negotiation factor. And give me your honest opinion here without trying to give too much swang. And like I said, and shout out to YouTube chat. We all love you. And I can't wait for the wedding chatter on Monday. But thanks again for everything you do. I know you get a lot of, we call you a part-time pomp, but it's just love. We don't get more of you. But I know you're a man spread thin. That's what you do when you have many talents.
Yeah,
but
I'm a full-time pomp when it comes to television, but part-time here. But thanks, Mark. I appreciate that.
Understood. Thank you.
My big takeaway from Connor Griffin is I think he should be here. So I've said that all along. I think he's shown the maturity to do it. I understand that they think maybe the hitting wasn't up to snuff as far as consistency this spring. He's never played in AAA. They're going to use that to an advantage to get him down there and get more swings in. Now, that doesn't mean it's a bad thing, but I think they want to do that for 2 reasons. Number one, they want to give him more time and just adjust for some AAA at bats. And number two, they really like Triolo at third, and they like Gonzalez's bat the way it's going right now. So I think the left side of the infield, while capable, they're not going to be able to supply the kind of power it needs. Given the fact they have a lot of guys playing in sort of platoon roles or certainly not in their best position roles, and I wonder what that would do to the offense. They have some time. They brought in 3 bats to go along with what they have. So if they get off to a good start, there's no rush to getting him here. But I think you'll see a time when it does happen, when there's some sort of a drop-off, and he's ready, and they'll make it happen. But I would start him right now. I saw enough that I need to see, and if it doesn't work, so be it. You can always put him back down there. They did that with Mike Trout. They sent him back down. He spent some time, figured it out, got back up rather quickly. So, but my best guess right now is they're going to send him down to start the season and see where they have. But thanks for the call. Appreciate that. Let's go to Guy in California. Hey, Guy, what's up? Big hockey day in Pittsburgh, Guy.
Beautiful day for Penguin hockey, and it's a beautiful day in Southern California here. It's going to be 90 degrees. Bob, I got a quick hockey question for you. But before I do, that if the Penguins don't make the playoffs, it's going to be devastating for this franchise. Fortunately, when you look at the strength of schedule on Tankathon, Penguins are number 8 as far as difficulty in schedule. Columbus is number 4, and the Islanders are number 2. My question for you, it seems to me that the playoffs in hockey, the playoffs are more different than the regular season than for any other sport. And it seems to me if the teams, that's why you need these young guys to play in the playoffs, because it's like playing 3-on-3 or the shootouts. You need to develop that skill set. So my question to you, do you agree that the playoffs are more different in hockey than any other sport?
I think they ramp up. I think every sport ramps it up. I think you'll see that guy in Basketball, a lot of people complain the NBA is no defense throughout the regular season. They do play defense, but the perception is they don't. It does get tougher. I think in hockey, every shift matters more. You're going through 82 games. You're naturally going to have some highs and lows and some nights where people just don't bring it. And I get that, but everything is magnified. And so as such, then you're going to see more dig deep efforts by just about every line that's out there. It's going to be more physical. You won't see as many penalties called. They'll let it play a little bit. At least I don't think so. So I think, and to your point about being good for a team, I've looked at several examples of what teams that are younger, and the Penguins are not, if you look at their average age, not younger. They have a lot of young players who've never been through this before. If they should get there, it helps them out quite a bit, even if they lose. We saw it with the Penguins a couple of years before they eventually beat Detroit. We saw it with Tampa Bay. They lost some series they should have won as expected. And we're seeing it now with Buffalo. They haven't gone through it. What will they be like in this postseason, having not gone through this experience? So I think it's all important to them. And you say when you say devastating, how do you mean devastating? Because 4 years in a row without a hockey playoff financially is devastating. But did you mean more than that when you said devastating?
Well, because the management has to determine whether, at the beginning of the year, would have determined whether this was going to be a rebuild or a teardown, and they're trying to thread the needle by not ripping the team completely apart, but also not acquiring assets, rentals, so to speak. And they've been very fortunate that Erik Karlsson became, Paul Coffey or Larry Murphy this season.
Yeah.
But things are working, so I have no criticism.
Well, and that's why you talk about acquiring. I think they went out and acquired in the Jari trade quite a bit for what most people thought they would originally get. But they played that situation right. They let him start the season. They were hoping he would get off to a good start. He did. Found a taker in Edmonton. And they got a big package back in return. I brought this up earlier, Guy, about Karlsson. He's playing such at a high level this season specifically. This is the Karlsson that they thought they got a couple of years ago. He hasn't been that way under Sullivan, and this year under Muse he has been. But he also now, he makes $11 million. Next year, unlike this past season where maybe the market for him wasn't as active as it could be, this year, if this continues and he has a role to play in the playoffs, people are going to want Erik Karlsson. The price may be going up. Would you at all be tempted to move on from him if that were the case?
Bob, you remember the hockey in the 80s, and when Lemieux was out, the only thing that kept interest in that team for the longest stretch, for some of those long stretches, was Paul Coffey on offense. And you saw the same thing now with Malkin and Crosby being out. It was Karlsson. If he can maintain this level of play, he was one of the driving forces on this team. He drove the bus.
Absolutely.
So do you want to get rid of him, and this team could then spiral into a
well, wait a minute. I say that because you talked about a hybrid rebuild, and I agree that's what it is. But if you really believe in the rebuild, guys like Karlsson, if you have a trade partner that's willing to give you quite a bit, can help your case. Number one, it would reduce how much money you pay to him and more available money under the cap. And number two, you bring in more prospects, more guys or people that you think can help you in the long run. So that's my point, why that trade would be at least considered. If I'm Kyle Dubas and someone calls me up with a trade that I think, wow, that's a good return that can help us in the future, I may be tempted to do it, even though I really like the way Karlsson's playing.
I'll just leave with this last thought. At the beginning of the year, when I was looking at the bets, the games over for the Penguins was as low as 76 points. This team is starting to gel. And I can't imagine, had Karlsson not been on the team this year, how bad they would be. There were periods you remember that bad stretch in December?
Yeah.
I thought the team was over. I was saying, oh, okay, I missed on this bet. But they've turned things around. And you don't want to do a complete teardown. If you can navigate it, and we'll have confidence if Dubas trades Karlsson that he'll get some real assets in return, much like he did Jari. But be very, very careful when you start saying, let's get rid of everyone. And because
they didn't do that. And I give them credit because Raquel and Rust are still very important. Rust is going to play in his 700th game today. But there are a lot of people who felt all those guys might be traded in an attempt to rebuild. I'm glad they didn't do it. You could pick your spots. You still need players who are capable, and this is why Panther will be a big, interesting story in the offseason. He has 26 goals en route to maybe 30. It's already a career high. He's going to command a lot of money. Do they want to bring him back? They do have money to spend. So there are a lot of stories that are developing here. But the number one thing to me is, I don't want to get too far ahead, is how they do this weekend and whether or not they can create a little bit of separation here when the Islanders or Columbus playing head-to-head tomorrow night. Guy, thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it.
All right, Bob.
Okay, have a good day out there in sweaty California. They get those heat waves out there that are a little bit crazy. They had one earlier, now in the 90s you don't see that too often, but it's the way it is right now. So, yeah, Penguins and Jets coming up here at 1 o'clock. We also have Pirates coming up on our station at 1 o'clock as they fine-tune. At some point, we're going to hear what the plan is with Connor Griffin. They got to make that announcement here within the next few days, if not later today. But I expect him to go to the minors. You?
It's still part of me that says maybe.
I want him to be here. Don't get me wrong. My choice
all the
would be
talk
keep him.
is all the talk is making me lead towards minors. But I wish that something changes your mind and he starts the year on the team.
Yeah, I like when you have two legitimate generational type players on your team, you're going to get a lot of attention, and that's what the Pirates are getting.
We know NBC's rooting for him to make the team just so they can have Skeens and Griffin on opening day.
Yeah. Who's going for the Mets on opening day? Is it Peralta?
I believe I saw Freddie Peralta.
Okay. They've done some good things to the Mets. They're not shy about spending. And I think Paul Skeens, again, I'm going to just throw this out to you because Paul Skeens last year in games that he started, the Pirates went 17-15. He won a Cy Young. He had a sub-2 ERA, and they went 17-15, which tells you how little hitting they got in those games. If they can score a little bit more, one run a game more, that 17-15 might turn out to be 35-7. And what a difference that makes. So you're going to get that kind of stuff. I do have concerns about the starting rotation only from this point of view, that they have younger guys like Ashcraft and Chandler are going to be on pitch counts and innings counts. So their bullpen, which I think is good. I'm going to give Charrington a lot of credit on this because I think that's the one thing in what has become a bullpen league generally. You need to have good bullpen. I think Soto, even though he gave up a home run in the Baseball Classic, I think Soto's going to be a good lefty option. I think Mason Montgomery has a chance to do something special too, and he can get it up there at 100 miles an hour. Hey, did you see Seth Hernandez, their number one pick from last year, deal it at 102 last night?
His drafts have been, Griffin, Hernandez. You have to give Charrington credit there.
Skeens is still a good pick because a lot of people thought they'd go away from him and go to a bat.
Charrington's drafts have not been the problem.
Of late.
Of late, yeah.
Yes. So, I mean, Hernandez is going to be a guy, I don't know what his timetable is, but, you know, they can be patient with him. But 102 miles an hour, that was a lively arm. And who was it batting against him? Max Clark, I think the guy's name was, right? And
Someone else, the Pirates, were looking at that draft, I believe.
Yes,
I remember.
But his reaction to that pitch was like, what? He said more than what. But very interesting stuff indeed. All right, want to thank you all for calling in today. I appreciate it. And I know we have a lot of stuff coming up. Pirate Baseball is up next. Want to thank our sponsors, PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865, and they do a great job. We appreciate it. Check out all their facilities they offer to you. PNC Bank makes your finance world a lot easier. Also, number one Cochran, ride in style and go one better. And tune in to the number one Cochran Sports Showdown tomorrow night, KDK TV, 11:35. We have a lot to get into there. And Shenderovich and Fishman. They got your back, not your wallet. That's going to do it for me. I'm Bob Pompiani. Thanks to Matt Harkins. Weather outside is going to change drastically. It's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get that retirement on track. Cloudy today, high of 59. It soars up to 81 tomorrow, and then it's back down in the 40s on Monday. That's your weather. Have a great weekend, everyone. We'll see you. Pirate Baseball is next.
Y108 presents Odyssey the Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
All right, now what y'all say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a